Today is fine day in California. Huh? Choose.
さて、一丁決めてくるか。クールに決まったぜ。
Alright folks, good morning and happy Friday. We have another day of Imperator Rome ahead of us. We're at a pretty exciting point of the game, I think. We have less than 200 years left of the game. And basically, we're at a point of the world where Rome has been kicked out of Rome. Little Syracuse has become the Hellenic League. And now the biggest players in the Mediterranean are ourselves, Carthage, and Egypt, who are aligned together, which is really scary. Yesterday we had to beat them both off at the same time in a three-front war. And I just barely managed to squeak by a white truce, a white peace, without losing any land, but certainly losing plenty in time and in pride. The Persian Empire is looking more pockmarked by the revolt, which is pretty exciting. I'll have to keep an eye on them. The current plan we're going to start off with is that we're building a claim fabrication on Kos. Little, tiny Kos here in the Eastern Aegean. And you might think, why? When you're the massive Hellenic League, and your rivals are here and here, do you care about tiny Kos? Because Kos is feudatory of Egypt, and Egypt is currently in a war against Aksum. Is Alaya a feudatory of Aksum? No, they're just allied. That is a good alliance. And it's currently at -9 against Egypt. Which means that Egypt's forces have not yet made the long trip down the Nile to get to Aksum and begin winning. Carthage probably isn't there yet either. We saw their boats go on by. But they got a lot of guys in Carthage. So I gotta be careful about that. My hope is that by the time this claim fabrication advances, I don't really care how the war with Aksum goes. I know for a fact that Egypt is going to completely steamroll them once they get there. Over Tana. Province of? They're going for some big prizes at Egypt. How's the forts down there? They have one fort in Aksum. So, it's a level 3 fort. It's probably going to be an easy war once Egypt gets down there. But they got a long trip to go. They have 100 ships, and their fleet is entirely Mediterranean. They have no easy way to shuffle troops up and down the Red Sea. So, they just have to march. They do directly own land along the coast here. A bit of this used to be uncolonized. No, this was the uncolonized part. Uninhabitable Punt Desert. So they can't just march down. At least not from the Red Sea side. They gotta go here, through the west, northeast a bit, down, southeast. It's gonna take him a bit. And once Carthage's forces get there, they're gonna be stuck in the desert for years. They're gonna be stuck in the desert for years! So my hope is that we get to control the Mediterranean by taking on these great powers. I love the progress we made. It's quite excellent. But of course we have to have more. Military tradition-wise, I'm trying to hold out for... I was going to try to embrace Greco-Persian influence. I need 500 pops. In one integrated culture, it says. From among Iranian, Bactrian, Scythian, Aramaic, Anatolian, or Caucasian culture groups. The war with Thrace was to try to push into Anatolia, but then I realized, while there are many Anatolian culture groups, there are many tiny Anatolian culture groups. So I would have to, if I'm only going to integrate one, Armenia would be a good bet. Maybe one of the Aramaic groups. So absorbing some Punic peoples, or lots of Egyptians might be a good idea. I'm also thinking, we've got like, military experience can be between 0 and 200. So there's no point saving it. I gotta spend it, or it's all a waste, right? And I'm thinking then, that I might as well go for the victor's spoils for now. Whether I eventually unlock Greco-Levantine influence, or Greco-Persian influence, I can't save experience for later if I'm already at maximum experience, and I'm sure that some Imperator pros have been pulling their hair and mashing their teeth at my experience being capped at 200 and not using it. But it occurred to me that I don't have to rely solely on conquering peoples and taking territory where they live, right? Like, my concern was that we had Etruscans integrated into us for so long, because one of our earliest conquests, when we couldn't advance south, was ally with Rome and take over the Etruscans, and we did. So the Etruscans have been a part of us since almost the first century of gameplay, like within the first few decades. And if I go to my integrated populations, of course the Keliots reign supreme with 2,400 populations. 1/3 slaves, and the rest split between nobles, citizens, freemen. Macedonians, we took a lot from them, they're at 700. Romans are at 638, but Etruscans, despite having stayed with us from the earliest days, long before we even took southern Italy, are still only at 388. My Etruscans haven't been breeding, so if I simply rely on conquering places, I can't expect that I'll get to 500 organically. And hey, Hordian, how's the world conquering? You're in for a treat, Hordian, because you've stepped in during my speech on how the world conquering has been doing. And it occurs to me that I don't need to get my 500 populations solely by owning land that they live in. If we capture them as slaves, in slave raids, or simply in an enslavement efficiency up, we could try to get 500 population that way. I don't have to conquer to get 500 integrated populations. I could just steal people. We have Phoenicians from our conquests. Phonetic folk. Do we have any foreign folk, just by virtue of the slaves we've been getting from, like, wars against Carthage? Even as a tiny minority. Siculians are so tiny, despite them having shared the island with us. Time to save up 1 million channel points. What's the 1 million points for? If that's for rock band, guitar, and microphone, that's a fake redeem Hordian. It's not actually enabled. It's set so it visually appears, but even if you had 1 million channel points, you can't redeem it. It just says this redeem is currently unavailable. We have Punics. We do have some Punic population. We have 21 Punics. You'll make me sing that one Yakuza song. We also have 18 Bohyrics, 21 Punics, 18 Bohyric. We just need 400 more of either and a whole lot of change. The Yakuza karaoke song. Is it gonna be... They actually have a few Yakuza karaoke songs in karaoke version. So if I was brave, I could actually redeem some Yakuza when we go to karaoke bar. Which one did I put on my list? Of course, I have to keep a list of the songs that karaoke version has that I want to sing. Because I don't, like, if I just go to karaoke, right? When we first started doing karaoke at a bar the next town over that ended up closing because people couldn't stop fighting in it. So of course, the bouncers had to be rough with people who wouldn't stop fighting. You have drunks who come in and want to try to hassle girls in the bathroom. And so the bouncers have to handle the drunks that are hassling the girls in the bathroom. And then the drunks hassling the girls are a bit of drunken, entitled pricks. And so they fight with the bouncers, and the bouncers fight them and kick them out. Suddenly the city's like, oh no, why are bouncers beating up people? Close the bar. No shit, I wonder why. Anyway, when we started doing karaoke at that bar, I would always go up to the karaoke DJ and be like, can I do this song? I don't have this song. Can I do this song? I don't have this song. Can I do this song? I don't have this song. Next karaoke bar we went to after that one closed, I eventually asked them, so, what do you guys do to make the karaoke work? Like, where do you get the songs from? How do I know what songs you have? And they're like, oh, we just use karaoke version. Okay, because I see you guys saying, like, with other people, can we add this song? Yeah, sure, give me $5. So I made a list. I made a list of songs that I know that karaoke version has. So, either they have it, or I could ask for it. Last year when we did, Pride in San Francisco, we did a couple of karaoke places. One was a regular bar that did karaoke, and their microphone was so bad. Normally, you sing karaoke with a mic like this, and everyone could hear you. That bar, I had my mouth like this, and nobody could hear me sing. You straight up had to deep throat the microphone for it to pick up your voice. But we also did one that was more of the standard Japanese style. You go to the front desk, you get your room, they sit you in the room for the time you paid, and you just go through and look through their machine to see what songs they have. Like a Dragon. They have 24-hour Cinderella, I wouldn't mind singing the 24-hour Cinderella. They have Judgment. And of course it also had the Bakamitai. I'm sure you mean the Bakamitai, Hordian. But I was thinking 24-hour Cinderella. Or Judgment. Like, no joke, man. I was singing my heart out. And the girls in front were like, we can't hear you. And I was like... And they were like... So I was like... And they were... So I just went... And they liked it then. As long as they heard any noise coming out, they were drunk, they just wanted to dance to something. Dame, dame, dame yo, dame, whatever. So yeah. Military tradition. I think I will simply get Victor Spoil, and because I have 200 points, I could get more. And across the wars we'll have. We'll get more. We'll get more military experience. Light infantry morale, heavy infantry maintenance, hills bonus, heavy cav, light infantry. They really want me to build up light infantry. Defense, morale, let's start building up cavalry stuff, because I do eventually want to rebuild legions. I just haven't done any legion work since the last legion that I painstakingly spent money on to build. I didn't even get to use it in battle, because I brought it over here for my campaigns against Macedon, and then Civil War happened, and that legion got pulled against me in the Civil War. Spent all that money, all that investment, couldn't even use it, so I'm holding off on legions. It's simply an idea that exists that certain people automatically fill jobs in. Cavalry is busted good, Hordian, is kind of why I wanted to build a legion that had horse archers defending my heavy cavalry. I do have less than 200 years, so we could eventually start going with it. No risk of civil war. They're foreign great families that somehow influence here. An invention. Maybe I will build towards winning land by the spear. Imperial challenge war goal against all countries that are major powers or more. That could be an easy way to swallow up lots of Persian Empire, because Persian Empire cannot get us by sea. They have to come through this corridor, through Mesopotamia, and down to here. So it's gonna take them ages to get to us. That's time that we could spend grabbing things here, grabbing things here, grabbing things here. And then by the time they come to us, we could beat them in 10s and 20s. I do have 420 followers, Hordian. Adaptable Beater was the first 420, but I see that the follow count must have dropped because Marin Draco followed yesterday and is still at 420. So we have 2 new follows that both share the illustrious position of being follower 420. You have 224 and you don't understand why I have that many? Honestly, I'm surprised that it can get so high for some people. Like, not saying that some streamers are bad or boring, but sometimes I'll see people who are brand new. Well, like, when I say brand new, I mean like a year or two old, right? And they have like 5,000 follows. And for the most part, they're some guy. And I'm not gonna say again that that means they're a bad person or a boring streamer. Like, I'm just some guy, you're just some guy. But I'm always surprised when I see people who are like, they're not like the making $10,000 a month off of Twitch mega streamer, and they still get like 4,000, 5,000. Like, damn guys, who's your friend groups? How are you pulling in that many friends so fast? Like, I'm talking people who like stream for 3-4 hours after college classes or before work. Like, 2 or 3 times a week. Maybe Wednesday and the weekend. So if I want to get winning land by spear, I'll have to go through mandate local governments and then work my way down. Aggressive expansion change lower. How to fill silence by describing what you're doing and your thought process in game. That is honestly super, super important. That's why I had to build that up. In the first couple of years of streaming, I was so awkward. I was so awkward for the first few years of streaming. But it's kind of a skill. Just talking and describing things. Someday I'll get off my ass and continue my teacher credentialing. And I think that's going to be a big help, having experience, talking, dictating, even if I know that the class isn't listening. Any experience? Well, I've often done 6-hour streams to an audience of myself. The viewer count of 1 was my own stream I have at another window. Hired! Instantly hired! I haven't finished credentialing. You have the experience. Welcome aboard. Okay, let's unpause. Viewer count is... But Stream Elements doesn't count! Stream Elements isn't actually a viewer. If Stream Elements counted, then so would Nightbot. Imagine 3 viewers, Nightbot, Stream Elements, myself at another window. My analytics are gonna be so amazed. You got triple the viewership. I think when I get the political influence, I'm also gonna try to forge a casus belli on Carthage, because I do want to take their city too. Are we a megalopolis then, or metropolis? Still a city. The metropolis status is still ongoing. What to import now? We got double the count of spices. We could do incense. Incense is mostly found in Egypt. I think it's the same with papyrus. There's some external sources. I should get the stuff that increase tech investment for the various things if I want to speed that up too. Do we have an internal source of dyes? You're hoping you'll have at least 3 people around by the time you finish the entire Final Fantasy series, Hordian! Is that the ambition? No way, Papyrus is in Snowden. I don't mind doing like a series for a stream project, right? Like I've been doing for the Mercenaries series, the Just Cause series, but Final Fantasy. Why else do I think you're streaming Final Fantasy? Because you like it? We do have dye exports, but dye exports is good money. People pay 0.5 for it. Okay, let's cancel this one because it's cheap. And import the dye to myself. And what other imports? Current imports. Do I need double the salt? Do I need the steppe horses right now? We'll cancel the steppe horses. We're not using steppe horses anyway. We'll remove our surplus. Remove our surplus. I'm keeping a tight surplus on everything here. I'm clearly only importing enough to get the surplus. You know what? That's okay. Because I could just... We got 2 more free province investments. We can get more routes. You like it, but it's not a great game. Sometimes games are like that. Your favorites are sometimes not the best. Story writing, FF2 better than 1, but mechanically 1 works better. Oh yeah, one of these guys sitting here. 0 attrition. Okay, let's just build things up. We gotta wait for a bit. Waiting for all the stats to pass. %27% costs. Metropolis under construction is gonna finish in, excuse me, just over a month. Look at that score ticking. Who's got the most score? Hellenic League is number 1. Javida, Thrace, far behind. Chalcedon has plenty of score. Carthage. Egypt and Carthage are 6th and 7th place. Total scoring pop happiness. North Phoenicia. We'll get North Phoenicia back eventually. I say back, we'll get it eventually. Okay. Let's cancel another slightly cheaper dye export. Cancel the dye to keep all the dye for myself. No longer importing dyes from to Latium. I was like, wait a minute, I was importing dye from Western Delta? Rome still has a couple of colonies here. A settlement, state, they got 1 city. This is how Rome feels like they're still at home, like they still have access to the Mediterranean. Part of me wants to erase Rome just for the fun of it. There's no way that they still have any kind of real economy when they're just in the Alps and the barbaric lands beyond. They got some nice rivers, so if they had to be exiled anywhere, it's not a bad place. They got plenty of wood, they got fish, they got grains. Fish, grain, livestock, furs, wood. We've done a favor for Rome. They were getting too big for their britches in the Italian peninsula, too rich, too haughty, too prideful. This is them returning to the earth, returning to their roots. Pops, keep on blessing us. Gain 2.5 military experience. On top of discipline 10% up. I gotta deify more of my family, but that takes 200 political influence. There is no way I'm reaching 200 political influence anytime soon. I've already got the scheme going to raise my influence. Lose popularity to gain influence. My popularity is in the toilet. But if it increases our political influence ever so slightly, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Commercial ventures. +1 local import route. What to aim for now then? Because nobles increase my research value, right? So I figure if I make them happy across the board, that's probably better trade output. Same religion happiness. Citizens, spices can improve their output. Civilization level, not too worried about. We're not importing a surplus of iron. Excuse me. Excuse me. Why do I not have my surplus for heavy infantry discipline? Everybody wants a piece of my iron. Who's not paying enough for it? Crete to Syracuse? Syracuse is only paying 0.7? 0.07? Cancel it. I'm Syracuse. 34, 38, 34. Tuscia, give us your iron. They're too disloyal. Province Tuscia is too disloyal. Which is why I'm not getting my imports. Governor is giving them harsh treatment for the 0.21. And it's still at minus 0.04. Okay. Alright. Who else has iron they can give me? That's preferably close by, so I don't have to worry about other people sieging those areas. Barbarians risen up in Upper Dandaria. I forget where Dandaria is. But I don't see them on my land so far. So they've risen, but they're not my problem yet. Nope, there they are. It's fine. With our diplomatic reputation, I'll simply wait for them to occupy a place. And then I'll say, hey, could you settle down? And they'll say, sure, we'll settle down. I've also got 27 political influence, so let's go ahead and get ourselves a casus belli we could use. Fabricate claim. Claim. They got 229 pops in Zugatana. Give me a claim on Carthago. I want to take their capital, and I want the capital to be the war goal. So no matter how the war goes, I'll still be able to strip their lands when the time comes. Now that I've seen the barbarians are interested in real estate here, no to settling. Occupying our territory +1. President of our country is +5. Base is -20. So occupying territories gives a +1. If they occupy another, will that make them more likely to accept? Now who's the next to revolt? Who's closer to 0? No one's quite close to 0 yet. Euboea is getting pretty low. So let's bring more, we'll just keep them as homeland defense in case Carthage decides to attack in defense of Egypt's war. -19 for Egypt. Question of confidence. After weeks of nervous looks and smirks at courts, the whispers circling the palace have finally reached the ears of the Mega Specelius. It seems that someone is spreading rumors and spinning yarns of his unequaled profligacy and unfitness for the throne. The damage has been done. Lose 15 popularity. No one can freely insult the Mega Specelius. Gain 15 popularity and begin an investigation into who's causing the rumors. Oh, gotta take here next. You've discovered treason, Hordian? First you want to knife my back, now this. The barbarians left, so I can't ask them to settle this time. They're automatically sweeping the barbarians away. The slanderer spills all. The traitorous snake who attempted to demean the name of Philoxenos I has been identified as none other than Hordian. No. Dionysios Dinocratide, who quickly confessed to his crimes by Epistrategos. His reputation is ruined. He loses popularity, loses loyalty. Perhaps he could be won over, gain corruption, gain his loyalty. Hellenic League gains money. Doesn't matter so much if the people in these offices gain corruption. For governors, it's no good, because their armies can go against us. Your mom went to eat sushi without you, Hordian. I'm so sorry to hear that. What you gotta do now, Hordian, is you've gotta get some seaweed sheets, one of those sushi rollers, or maybe even the molds if you want to make the more rice with fish on top type instead of the wrapped up sushi type. Some takwan, and you gotta make sushi at home. You gotta make sushi or gimbap at home. And then when your mom comes home, you just be like, "You want a chunk? I thought you had some." And not share? No. Your own mom, of course you'd share with her. How much corruption does Philoxenos have? 15? Corruption increases wages, loses legitimacy. Minus 7.75 political influence. So I don't want more corruption, actually, because it does have impact. Ruler corruption minus 7.75. No sources of corruption change, so it's not even dropping away. My corruption is permanent as far as I can tell. Hordian, I wish that this was a coloring stream. Coloring stream means I'm expanding fast and painting my colors around. We're pinched between great powers now, Hordian. The great game begins when we have 200 years, less than 200 years to go. Because now everyone is too big to make big moves against each other. Forget him, his reputation is ruined. I need a way to lose corruption. $67, 69% for Kos. So given travel time, I think now was the time to move my guys to get ready for war. How's Egypt's war going? Minus 18 for Egypt, so they're making moves. They probably had a fight or two, but they're not occupying anything yet. With the time taken, they're probably all, if not halfway down the Nile, occupied deep into Africa. So, let's see who I want to be where. We have 21,000 Greeks. 17,000 Macedonians. More Greeks than Macedonians. That's the power of cultural assimilation. Thrace goes all the way up here, so if I want Thrace, I will have to conquer up in this place for Thrace. But it's mostly foreign folk, I don't really care about that. Getting Europa is good enough. And religion-wise, we actually have foreign religions in our lands now. The Atlas map mode is pretty fun. Treatment successful. Spartacus, like a Thockley, loses dysentery. So, looking at my levies, sorting by strength. Magna Graecia, 96 pops, 44 Italia. Look at that difference. Doubling. Doubling the next down. $53,000 from Magna Graecia. Illyria has 16 now, Cisalpine has 9, and then 4 no valid territory in which to raise a levy of Rhaeta, because they're currently occupied there. 4, I'm pretty sure is a bare minimum. So Palestine, Syria, Transalpine Gaul, even Thrace is only 4, so no point getting them. There. Revolt finally over. Banish! And then that mercenary stack is going to be coastal defense. And hey, the barbarians are coming back! They went up there and all around. Now that's a different 3,000 stack. 78% already. And hey, Syracuse finally hit metropolis status, which means that the sanctuary to Arethusa is now a level 3 holy site. We could put a third thing here. Integrated culture happiness, local import route +2. What other thing do I want to put here? Integrated's happier, same religion happy. Stone mask of the satyr Silenus, member of Dionysus' retinue. Local citizen output, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%. Wouldn't all those stacking citizen outputs make my research much better? Local tax, local freemen, population growth, population. Lots of local stuff. Integrated happiness, the Larnax. Sphinx. Pop conversion speed faster. Serpent column. Civilization level +15%. Local base trade routes. Same religion happiness. Pillar of Oenomaus. Oenomaus. Pop promotion. The Filipino statue. Integrated happiness. Civilization level. Civilization statue of Eros. The famous statue of Eros. Local research points. Freeman output. Integrated happiness. Local manpower. Athenian tragedies to make the nobles happier. Same religion happiness. Population, research points, history of animals, local research points, winnowing ore, Freeman output. How's my folks' happiness right now? By happy, no one is higher than 33%. And if everybody worships my way, then it behooves us to make the same religion happy, right? Artemis Alphaia has no holy sites. Dedicate holy site interaction. It costs stability to change, yeah? Minus 15 stability will drop me down to 20.01. We've already got an omen active, so I don't plan to use anybody else's omens. Should I swap? If I swap my cultural deity, then these three will still be in play. It just won't be this that's active. Diplomatic reputation 3.75. I like the sound of that. Civilization change. Monthly political influence is pretty good. Athena's. And Athenii. Political influence is a bottleneck for me right now. So maybe we will make Athena our goddess of culture. So if I don't lose my local import routes, and I still get culture happiness from Brazen Bull and Omphalos, then I know that the mechanic is working as I understand it. So those are still active. Because we put them in there. They're always going to be active. And so like if I wait a day or two so that the tick updates and I go to my cultures, they're still at 33. Open religion, integrated cultures. I don't think that I lost. I'm just gonna go back and compare between the two to see what modifiers are different or the same. If I'm understanding it correctly. Yeah, so even before I switch over, it doesn't mention those things specifically. And the trading routes hadn't changed. If the trading route is still the local +2, then yeah. 29 of 29. Then the bonus from that at least still maintains even after switching out who the pantheonic deity is. Local fort defense. Gain 1 aggressive expansion to remove it? Yes. Local fort defense isn't helping me anywhere. Loco Macabeza. Pop conversion. Serpent column. Local base routes. Let's stack up more same state religious happiness. And now we return to getting our armies ready for war. Because we're at 83%. Dionysos Dinocratide. Recapedrids and Agids are fake. They shouldn't be counting. Those aren't our great families. We'll start with dropping these guys off. +1 for Egypt. Oh, they're sieging some land now, but they're not at their 10 war score. So we still have time before they could drop their armies. I don't want them to drop their armies yet. I want them to be at war when I declare war. That way they'll have to march all the way back up. So as long as those hash marks are still there, my war begins. Casus belli on Kos. Okay. So we know Egypt's armies are down here. There's a chance the AI is smart, and they didn't pull up all their armies. But if I know Paradox games, the AI loves to steamroll however they can. 29 for Egypt. They could have ended the war, but they want to take as much as they can. Okay, are you ready? We are going to upset the power balance of the Mediterranean. Declare war? No. It's not on Egypt. Because I don't know if declaring war on Kos and having Egypt drag, because Egypt's the ally. Egypt is their ally. So there should be a war between Kos, Egypt, and me. And so it shouldn't drag Carthage into this war. But Egypt will become the war leader. If Egypt is the war leader, does that mean that the war leader can call their ally into war? I feel like that shouldn't be how it works. But because this is Egypt's war now, and Egypt has the ally, I don't know if they can't. So I want to be cautious about it. I suppose if we had an export with Carthage, then we'd know for sure. They're still down in Aksum. Boeotia to Syracuse. Boeotia is one of ours, isn't it? Is that another province that's too disloyal to sell to us? Show me the stone. Reporting some from Macedon. Yeah, Boeotia. What's going on, Boeotia? Province loyalty minus 32. 32 and dropping, so yeah. Another one of those that wants to be disloyal for a bit. Until we do a cheeky civil war. They've only got 1,000 there. Tribal Proposition, Hellenic League gains. I guess I'll source from externally then. Bactrian Stone. Wine. Just how many of my provinces are disloyal? Almost everybody. Even Latium. Why is it dropping so much? Minus 0.43. Rome minus 0.11. I don't quite understand. the mechanic behind the disloyalty. I have built them grand theaters, courts of law, and because they're disloyal, I can't build more buildings, so I can really only wait. Unless I hope that their governor chooses to do harsh treatment on them. Give him the old harsh treatment and see if that helps. It slows it down. Ongoing war taking most of the attention of Megas Basilius Philoxenos as he leads our armies to inevitable victory. While the Hellenic League does have bureaucratic momentum, there are many issues that await the capable hands of the legitimate monarch. In the absence of the Megas Basilius, consort Satyr has taken on, some of his responsibilities, and is doing her best to address the most pressing concerns commendable. Gain loyalty, gain prominence. Neglected hub. She gains popularity. Actis gains loyalty, currently 48. Freeman. Lose 15 political influence and money. He's Governor of Illyria. Alright. Local, provincial loyalty, but not in a province in Illyria that matters. Speaking of which... 82 and still plus 0.08, so we might finish off this accursed mission for the matter of Illyria within this stream. I looked it up and the matter of regions are generic. Loyal subject. Lose 10 stability for 36 political influence. I've only got 22. To influence Sostratos Apollorid. Why would I care about that? Lose 10 loyalty of someone who's a friend of the governor of Rhaeta, and that's it. He's got no power base. He's got no job. Ignore a random stranger and get 5 stability. Massive. Okay, so where are the cities here? Where is the map mode for settlement type? Territory rank? Okay. I want to send my armies to the cities, whether or not they could be sieged yet. That's a city. Because each of those cities I could raise. Also, not at war with me. See that? Carthage isn't a part of this war, even though they're allied with Egypt, because this is Kos's war that Egypt is simply taking the reins on. Consort Satyr is a pious woman. Naturally, first priority, proposal designed to assuage the vocal priesthoods and treaties to address the warring. Hepatoscopies and auguries are diviners uncover. They claim that Zeus and all the gods are displeased with the Megas Basilius and the situation which he had left the Hellenic League. Without his guidance, the gods themselves must be relied on to safeguard the country. The lords of the heavens demand that their word be adhered to, lest they bring calamity down our heads. Reassured priesthood, lose money to gain loyalty, omen power, same religion happiness. Gain stability, and give up her attempts to help the Hellenic League. On the one hand, Satyra loses 10 loyalty, my beloved wife, and Derdis, the Hierophant, loses 10 loyalty, will be down to 36, but will gain 3 stability. I'm actually gaining 0.26 every month now, so we'll get those 3 eventually. Sure, I'll take same religion happiness and omen power. It's only omen power of 1% and religion happiness of 5%. I think a minor 5% drop for religion happiness and omen power is okay, because we've already got them stacked with modifiers. It's gonna go from 10% to still pretty fucking powerful. I'll take the stability and save the money. Yeah, it was a decimal difference from 10.8 to 10.5. What other forts are here? There's a fort. Let's send this group to try to take more of the Levantine coast in Palestine. Because Philistia does have a lot of population that that Egypt very likely relies upon. The Lagid dynasty. The map's gone weird. Hold on. Why is the map being all weird on me? There we go. So we can't march to that one while this fort is in play, I think. But he could march here. So alright, we'll try to take Western Delta, Central Delta, and Memphis first, and then go east. We'll split this in twos, and then send one to take the fort, while the other one raises the cities. Sacking of Sabentios. None shall hide, 195 monies. 4 times Boharic slaves killed. Gain 5 popularity, 5 popularity. I don't want to kill the slaves, I want to capture them, but I guess it pops up when the siege completes. This time I'm going to be gentle, because I want to keep these populations. I don't want to slaughter them all. They can't move down? I guess we'll occupy down slowly. Epirus is disloyal to me now. I can't get down there. Can this guy get up? No. That forward influence is something else. Can't believe all of my guys, no matter how much. Carthage has joined the war. They have, in fact, joined the war against us. Because Egypt is a war leader, they do get to call all their little friends in. On the plus side, Egypt finish up their war down here, which put them at 449 territories. They're still too small to be a great power and thus lose the ability to have allies. Let's just move these guys in then. We'll start building up war score in Kos. Slaves added, 5 pops died. Level 1 fort. Level 3 fort. But all these forts in the area still make it pretty hard to move around here. They've actually put up a fairly solid wall. But I could conquer more of these cities around here. $9,000 Roman up. Ready to take Crete. Kill him, and then take Kos. One slave, 2 slave. One slave, 2 slave. Red slave, blue slave. If he could march there, could he march here? No. $2,000 troops eliminated. And we have a prisoner that we cannot do anything with. Can't even ransom him out. Not gonna pay off barbarians. What am I, made of money? Oh, there's Egypt's armies up there. They're trying to take some land in this war. That must be their Arabia and Palestine armies. But that's fine, we'll be getting what we want soon enough. What else have we lost? Marvelous Tyranny drop, we have stone, we have game. Experience decay, I don't gotta worry about it, I don't think. We still have a positive modifier. Spices, citizen output, citizen happiness. Let's do spices then. Or should I do tech first? Tech primarily? Egypt doesn't want to give us cloth. What the heck? And those guys are sieging down. Good, good, good. Let's get our Macedonians over. The only presence that Carthage has against us is in Corsica so far. And I could live with that. Battle-hardened soldiers serving under Abreus, the Hellene Zenid, have performed mighty acts of valor. Abreus, in an act of benevolence, has requested permission to institute a particular form of service reward, unique to his army. Abreus would take great offense at being denied this honor. We wish to be careful of allowing him too much autonomy. He is 64 years old and very loyal to me. He may become more ambitious. Plus 2% discipline and cohort loyalty gain. Lose stability if I say no. Like I said, he's loyal and he's old, so I don't expect him to become a problem just yet. They're gonna be moving boats in. Let me get down here to intercept. He's moving to the oh, he's just gonna go over to unsiege that, isn't he? That could work for me. We'll chase him around. Get his armies while they're small. "23 against 10, and it says might lose. Our commander only has 0 martial. Wait. Commander is me, and his martial is 0, but his wife's stats overpower his own, right? His wife's stats overpower his own, but not for matters of combat, I guess, because she's not leading the army herself. Oh. It's still 23 against 10. We got better morale, better quality, stronger army. Oh, that is awful. Full retreat! Full retreat! I'm not gonna lose a whole bunch of guys. Just for nothing. $17,000. Well, there's the boats. Recent death of the Macedonian ruler caused a great deal of political disturbance in the country. eager to take advantage of the situation, numerous lackeys, pretenders, legitimate claimants to the throne, risen up to bear arms against their newly crowned Basileus, Menidus Antigonid. We'll have to split this again. I don't see this group quite winning. They're already locked in. I'll have to make him retreat day one. We have the war target at least. At least war scores got a tick in our favor. Siege of Leontopolis 1. Leontopolis delenda est. Population growth shrinks. None shall hide, 300. I want to claim these areas as my own, so I don't want to just wholesale slaughter everyone. Now where do those scary Egyptian boats get to? Because we're a lot of them. Our heartland is still secure. They know not to do anything against us yet. We've secured the excuse war target. So we should be able to at least take the delta. Or parts of it. Dodecapolis is also being revolting. I don't know why. Like, really don't know why. Zenith Scorn, they have a 52 power base now. This little character's Civil War. Xenos. Or Zenid. If they have a 52 power base now, then alright. Let's give them a boat. Any free Zenids here. Any free Zenid who wants to party on a yacht. No corruption. Mildly loyal. Rekiparid as 27, but he doesn't actually exist. He's not of our family. He shouldn't have any actual power here. Hierophant and Epistrategos I could understand. Power base of 2. Give you free hands. No risk of civil war. There's not much going on here. And there's nothing in the home front, so we're okay on being sieged up at home. They're trying to take over in Alexandria. I see what they're doing. I want to try to take Memphis. Are they pushing their front southwards? Or are they coming back? They're locked in. Now let's look at the Macedonians. Quick sweep around here. No one is attacking at home. They gotta go all the way around to get to Memphis. Who's blocking? A fort over in Babylon, Egypto. Word has reached us, it's Antiphilos Agathocles and spreading dangerous rhetoric that calls into question Philoxenos Agathocles' right to rule. Challenging Philoxenos Agathocles on the grounds of birth, efficacy, and morality. Antiphilos Agathocles would cause widespread dissent if these claims are not dealt with. Publicly repudiate his lies. Lose 5 stability. 20 legitimacy I could afford. Changes by 0.09 each month, so I probably can't afford it. Spend the stability. What choice do I have? It's above 20 at least, it'll raise up. We should be able to hold off in Memphis and here. And then I could probably send some other groups around, this group perhaps, to start taking the coast. 1 fort, 2 fort. Level 3. Not the port. And level 1. There's 100 boats and 17,000 dudes. Okay, forget the Macedonians. Get over to Sicily and help these guys get up. And this is only level 1 fort too. Click in the army. Level 1 forts. Could I send anyone here real quick? Just to siege it down. Olympic Games concluded and Mason of Macedon has won. Lose 10 stability. Efforts to influence Theophila Heraclid are well underway. In a jovial mood, Theophila approaches Megas Basilius Philoxenos, suggesting that a formal declaration of her loyalty and commitment to the court would be a fine way of showing her appreciation. No. No. Just no. 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 Let's go ahead and move these Macedonians down to Laconia, so they're at least easier for our boats to pick up. Oh, look at that. They got 300 dudes. Levies of Africa. $40,000. What are these guys reinforced down here? And we'll take... That's a long way to go for that city. Gotta keep an eye to make sure things are going okay here. Governor of Asia is dead. No risk of civil war, gotta keep checking over. Governor Asia. Recapirates don't exist. 10 and 2. That's okay. Because I don't expect to be raising any armies from Asia. Home defense fort activate! Force, not fort. They're the mobile fort. These are my rooks. We could also get a little bit down here for a Red Sea port. What was it that I was saying? That all of these armies down, all these areas down there are undefended, yeah? That's not my fight going on there. He's got his own war going on with Phrygia Majoris. We'll send them... Fuck off. We'll send them here first. To defend before they get there. And then they'll start carving west. A little baby Charicles, name you after Dad. They're still allied. How do I make them no longer allied? $11,000 troops coming up. Against 32. Imminent battle begin. 0 commander against 7. But we have everything else. Strong army, higher morale, better quality, and terrain. But 0 command against 7 is so bad. That's gonna be such a major disadvantage against us now. Do I send them off into the unknown? To take a couple of things here. That fort I don't have to grab, because that's a fort in defense of Judea, but I mostly want the coast, so Eastern Delta, Philistia, and Judea, or Eastern Delta, Philistia, and Samaria are okay, because I just want the coastline. Where's the opportunity to capture the head of state in combat? And now to push west. $40,000 should be plenty, but I also saw them move some armies this way. They could still be there waiting to defend it. But at 28% now, if I were to sue for peace, what could I claim? They're saying no to Delta stuff. That needs 61, 95. So these are big enough chunks of territory that they're not willing to give it away. So I cannot, in fact, just scoop on through and take everything down the Delta or down the Nile. If I had 95, I could try to get both of these. So I would need gaining land by spear, I think, in order to take big swaths like this. We'll just have the smallest stack here. Actually siege this while the rest go westward. If I changed my stance... We're appeasing right now. If we were bellicose, war score cost would be down, aggressive expansion impact would be down. Aggressive expansion is already at 0. If I took everything I wanted, it'd be 28. Aggressive expansion. Aggressive expansion impact less, claim fabrication faster, war score cost cheaper. Commerce income, other mercantiles plus 30, everyone plus 20 in general. We have no allies, aggressive expansion doesn't matter too much. I think we should just be bellicose from here on out. We can't have allies anyway. $87. We only need 87 now. If we take their capital, that's gonna be pretty big. Where are these guys going to? They're going to Philizon, probably. That's okay, we don't need that expansion that way, we can't take everything as it is. Remind them what happens to disloyal troops. Threat of punishment. 2 years less morale. I'll drop popularity to remind them what happens. Sacking of Babylon Egypto. None shall hide. And now Memphis? We gotta take Memphis. Memphis delenda est. 500 money. I wanted to take the Delta. I don't think I could take their capital in this war because of war score is too high. I'll have to actually fabricate claims to make them cheaper. So if I'm simply killing their dudes, then they can't use those dudes against me. Killing their dudes in their capital, in their heartland. We'll hold the fort. They get only partial morale, very low morale. Morale is everything in this game. I thought I told everyone to move except for the smallest stack. Instead, they were all waiting there. Philoxenos has begun to display exceptional ability in the field. Not bad for zero martial. Is there anybody who could stop him? A true prodigy, tactician. He finally gets one martial. Okay, now let's be foolish and start taking things down the Nile. I wish I could claim them in this war, but I can't. Can't take all Egypt. Eritrea. Which one's them? Over here. Okay, boats. Let's go take them back, because everyone's gonna have a period where they try to break free now. Okay, so send everyone that way except for the 14,000. It was supposed to be except for the one. Such a big front. This is actually really easy so far, Toxicite, with the exception... I mean, even with Carthage part of this war, they're not actually doing much against me. They've only sent 7,000 guys to hold Corsica, and that was the only thing they've done. So... I got a small Egyptian warband here in Cisalpine Gaul being chased around, and meanwhile, we're completely conquering all the best parts of Egypt, or at least we're occupying it. I wish we could take it in war right now, but they won't let me. Even just taking 2/3 of the delta. Only 2/3 the delta? I'm not asking for a lot. Is worth 86. Hold on, there's a peace offer. No, that's peace imminent in 1,265 days. Yeah, exactly, Toxicite. I want to take the breadbasket of Egypt. And for some reason they say no. If I add Memphis to it, 115, what the heck? What the heck, guys? Western Delta is worth 55 alone. So, if I say that all I want, it's the Western Delta they refuse to give up. It's too valuable to them. They got the Tomb of Alexander there. If I merely ask for the Central Delta and Memphis, they're like, okay, sure, take the Central Delta, take the capital, just don't you dare touch Alexandria. Eastern Delta also isn't worth that much. But damn. If I could take Memphis, Central, and East, that's pretty good. There's also Kos. How much is Kos worth? Kos is worth a little bit. So I'll leave Kos untouched as an excuse to go to war for the next one. Even Carthage could read the writing on the wall. That's why they're not too involved here. Oh, there's more Egyptians coming in. They're going for Alexandria, which is thankfully a level 3 fort, so they can't claim it back. They've added no more forts along the route. So, I could just keep setting this group down and down and down to occupy more and more of Egypt. They won't be able to claim it in this war, but war score is war score. that have no place to run. They're boxing themselves in now. No risk of civil war, just loyal provinces. Valeria is getting close to 0. I'm rather miffed because I put so many buildings in some of these places, and they're still dropping loyalty so quickly. This is the only fort here? That's still no fort. They didn't build up a fort. So this revolt's gonna be even easier. Just sit here for a bit, then practically instant win. Sturdiness and unwavering resolve of Kanmi Hamid. That's one of my mercenaries, yeah? Mercenaries. Yeah, see, 100% war score already. Easiest revolt ever. The provincial loyalty is gonna go from... Well, they have no loyalty. They're 100% to themselves. But from 0, which is a baseline for provinces to revolt... to 97! Imagine that! How do they get 97 province loyalty? Amazing how that happened. $52. So I want this, I want that. You say no to that? I want this, I want that. They're saying yes. And a bit more down the Nile? Yes to a bit more down the Nile. And Eastern Delta? No to Eastern Delta. How about this, that, and the East? They'll take this, that, and the East. So that's still pretty good. That's still a lot of Egyptian populations. And they do have actual people there. They have more in Western Delta than they do in Eastern Delta. So Eastern Delta would be adding... Mostly it's filling in the map if I take Eastern Delta. What if we take a little bit of Red Sea coast? Just for the fun of it. They got more guys coming up with only partial morale, so can kick their asses. Military traditions. I'm only at 80,000 right now. But I do want to start building up cavalry so I could build legions again. And actually have my cavalry function. Damn. They're actually doing not too bad. I might have to call the retreat here. Call the retreat. They're chasing upwards, not realizing our guys are coming down too. A small group of soldiers under the command of Sostratos Zenith committed mutiny. Seizing Sostratos and his senior officers fleeing to the hills, sent us an extortionate ransom. Pay 2,000 for some loyalty. Governor Macedonia is 71 years of age, is in poor health. He means little to us. Dunkable, hello to you. Welcome to the stream, welcome to trying to claim more of Egypt than I'm entitled to. Do I play with mods? I do not. I figure that since this is the first time I'm playing since launch, first time doing a major campaign after tutorial, that I'll try doing it the vanilla flavor first, just to get a feel for the game. I know the Invictus mod is really popular, and basically considered an essential mod for how much it adds to the game. So, maybe for a second campaign I might take a peek into Invictus. But I'm happy enough just successfully, maybe partially successfully, learning how to play a game that I bought like 5 years ago, couldn't figure out, dropped it for subsequent years. And I've been having fun with it. Obsessed, Governor Cecilia, minor character. Let's keep Dad's Omen going. For that sweet extra discipline, Macedonia and Cilicia are missing governors. Let's do Macedonia first. Anyone who isn't a fake foreign great family. Fake foreign great family. Sort by Marshall. The day's going pretty good so far, Dunkable. Thank you for asking. Had a nice late wake up. The cats aren't being too needy today. And the war is going pretty damn well, I'd say. Three finesse, 7 martial. The loyalty is going to take a hit. $10 corruption. I think I could live with that. 8 and 6. And for these guys, it's a smaller area. I don't care too much what goes happen here, because they've only got 4 integrated pops that they can give me usable armies with. So I'll give it to anybody partway decent. We'll just go by loyalty, I guess. Zenids are alright. so it's not the worst if they get some more power base. A dressing gown on. A robe. Just a simple, cheap robe. It's comfortable. A little bit warm in this cold summertime. Plus, I feel for a game like this, it's kind of a little bit thematically appropriate, having the not quite posh but kind of nice dark red royalish thing on. You call them dressing gowns in England. Alright, I get it. Like the chips fries difference, or the waistcoat vest difference. Yeah, exactly, it's kind of regal, half regal. I used to date British, and spent a few summers and winters up there, so I partway got the lingo. The old British GF did make sure to educate me a little. Arrival at court. Where did I go? Most of the time there was spent in like the Midlands, Jurassic Coast. Tried to do Hogmanay in Scotland one winter, but we had a big winter storm coming in that season, so everything was closed. But it was a fun time. People there were so nice and polite. Lately, our Megas Basilius Philoxenos has come to conflict with the Breus Zenit at every turn and decision. Opinions persistently clashing. If one says south, the other north, so on, so on, so on. Lose 15 popularity, and he gains popularity. Governor as a rival. I have to swallow my pride. You say that dunkable, but it's kind of funny. The first time that I visited England, I packed expecting the typical, stereotypical British weather, where everything's grey and dreary. I feel betrayed by all the memes that people post, where they just post a picture of a clear sky and say, "What's all that weird blue stuff?" Because I packed in like sweaters, long pants, and the first summer that I went there was the first of several subsequent hottest summers on record in a row. So since then, I learned to like dress a bit lighter on my trips over. But like, Scotland was so cold. So Scotland, I was glad to bring a jacket or two with, because I thought I knew cold. Sweater, jacket, I step off the bus in Scotland. The cold pierces straight to my bones. It was beautiful. And when we were doing Lyme Regis and what was the one next door? Charmouth? Monmouth? When we were doing fossil hunting along the coast, that was a pretty good storm then too. So eventually the British weather showed itself. Those are fun times though. Even if that relationship ended up dissolving. There were fun adventures. Not Weymouth. Let me look it up real quick. Yeah, it is Charmouth. Because we were doing fossil hunting in Lyme Regis. And we just walked along the coast, we got to Charmouth. And found a few more cool stuff. Isle of Wight was that trip too. We had so many fossils by the end of it. I'm actually the weirdo, having grown up in the West Pacific, and so growing up with typhoon weather. who really, really enjoys, like, storms. Love me some storms, good rains. The winters in England, where it was practically, like over in Warwick, it was like gold along the horizon the entire day, and then pitch midnight black by 4 p.m. I love that. That was like peak atmospheric seasons for me. You hate the short days. It's just who I am. I hate the long days. Like when you have a summer where the sun comes up at 4 a.m. fair at summertime, but with daylight savings, the sun doesn't go down until like 10, 11 at night. My poor circadian rhythm. Man just wants to sleep. Let me have my dark hours of the night. Valyria, War of Independence. All the way up there. Where's my mercs? We'll send the 14,000 stack to just sit there and wait. One of these days I'll figure out the good meta for keeping provincial happiness up. $20,000 rolling in. Oh, there's the Carthagians. Carthagians are finally getting involved. Capital's there. But they're not attacking in my homeland, despite being right across from there and Sicily being mostly undefended right now. Maybe they've also... I don't see any boats go around, so maybe they were also stuck in Aksum, helping Egypt in that war there, and only now we're able to march their armies up. Yeah, that's why progress is slowing down now. It's funny, because when we were small, tiny Syracuse, conquest was easy, because we were attacking other people who were just as small as we are. And now that everyone is so big conquest has slowed to a crawl. Because even with wars like this, they won't let me take as much as I want. I could take their capital, Central, the sparsely populated Eastern Delta. They won't let me take Alexandria. $114. So I can't even afford Alexandria anyway now. Even if it's just Central and Western, they refuse to let go of it. It's too much of a point of pride for them. So I gotta do big years-long wars to get a few territories at a time. A unique voice. Yeah, kinda nasally, kind of a bit too soft. But what could you do? Some people have said it's nice, and at first, I thought that was weird. Because you know how it is, right? Like you hear your own voice, you play it back. You're so used to the acoustic inside your head, where the acoustic inside your head sounds one way, then you play it back, and like, oh my goodness, I sound like that. But if people think it's nice, enough people have said it, that I'll believe that they believe it. If I ask for Western Delta alone, then they'll give me Western Delta. But they won't give Western Delta and. They'll give Western Delta and Memphis. They'll give Western Delta and Memphis. That is possibilities. We could take Alexandria and their capital. Central Delta is pretty easy to take. If we put a claim on that, we could just pop in here at some point. Take it, take it. Have the war goal, give it to me. What else could we do? Central, capital, a little bit down the Nile. And Eastern? No. I would need 95 for that. War balance, they got some exhaustion, desperation, on retreat. That's why I kind of want to wait. I want to wait for this battle to finish. I want to wait for these lands here to clear out. And if that upsets the balance of war enough, maybe they'll capitulate. I'm trying to continue just for a little bit. I do have... Kos is the excuse here, because they're a tiny little guy that they're feudatories with. So Kos is kind of my excuse to take over parts of Egypt without having cast a spell on Egypt. The Carthaginians are not on the move yet, so if they're willing to wait there and not go on the aggressive, then I can afford a little bit of peace here. $53. They're still not moving. If they're not gonna move, I'm not gonna complain. Mission completed. I started this mission so long ago, thinking it was gonna be easy, because we had most of Illyria. If it was simply conquer Illyria, easy enough, but they wanted 90 provincial loyalty when I'm too new to the game to know how to manage provincial loyalty cheaply or easily. Please say I could finish it now. Cannot be complete before picking a side. Cannot be complete for I have to do integration Qataria. I need 90 or higher provincial loyalty. The fastest way to do this. The fastest way to do this would be to drop provincial loyalty and wait for it to drain to 0 and civil war and revolt. I could try to elevate a city here. If I want to waste my political influence on a backwater nowhere. What if I waste that political influence to just go back to cultural assimilation? There. Minus now. Let them drain to 0. Let them revolt. We siege the capital. It all flips over. Whip them back into line. 90 provincial happiness. $3,000. Okay, once these flip, I'll see if... I feel like even 16,000 attacking 4,000 here is foolish, because then that'll wake up the Carthaginians. I feel like I've possibly done as well as I could for this war. It'll tick. We have like 800 days before it automatically enforces. They'll accept giving away Alexandria now. Including Memphis makes it too expensive. But what if I were to fabricate Casus Belli on one of these? If I were to fabricate Casus Belli, it might make it cheaper. $800 days to fabricate Casus Belli, should I? At war. Gotta sign a peace treaty first. They've anticipated my plan. They won't let me fabricate a claim after the fact to justify the conquests. Alright, so choices then. Do I get Alexandria, Memphis? Either Alexandria and Memphis, or Central Delta, Memphis, bit more of the Nile. They won't say yes to plus Eastern Delta either, but Eastern Delta's lower population. So I don't need Eastern Delta so much. They'll accept Alexandria and Central. I do want to take their capital, because that's a pretty big claim. Given that Central Delta isn't too hard to take, taking Alexandria and Memphis is a big enough spit in their eye. That's a pretty big city there. That's a pretty big city here. And then if we go to war with them again, Central's easy, Eastern's pretty easy too. So I think this is a good start. Good city, some populations. Could I also take Kos, or is Kos too expensive? Kos is too expensive. You get to live another day for my excuse to attack your suzerain. City of Memphis has finally fallen to our troops. It is now in our hands. Memphis was the ancient capital of the Egyptians, an important center for commerce and religion. Throughout most of Egyptian history, it has played an important role between Upper and Lower Egypt. Severing that link is only the first of many steps in taking control of the area. I could drop it to a settlement by looting everything. 3,000 gold! Normally I say no, I'll be nice, but 3,000! I shouldn't. I'll simply loot 1,000. Awe-inspiring artifacts to bring back home. Alexandria, settled by Alexander the Great himself in the middle of his campaign. It is said he foreshadowed the city to become one of the capital cities of his newfound empire. After his death, the city's importance only grew, and it became a home to center and learning for all Hellenic culture under Ptolemaic leadership. I could drop it down to a city, so Alexandria would survive. Loot it. And now what new issues do we have? Starving populations in Takris. Governor of Lower Egypt. Well, it has been nearly 2.5 hours of stream, so what do I say to... Who's attacking you? Not Carthage. Carthage, you have got to get involved in some other war, so I could take your stuff away too. But this seems like a good place as any to grab a celebratory BRB. And then we'll see where we go from here. Do we wipe Rome off the map? Do we take more of Thrace? I should push more into Macedon, take more of that Levantine coast. Because as foolish as it sounds, I think Persian Empire is going to be easy pickings. They can't boat anything in, so they'll have to march their armies in individual stacks from all the way across the empire. I think that's going to make Persian Empire easier than they look. They don't have geographic spread. It's too tempting. It's too tempting, but first I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. I gotta check the cats, get my waters. Back in a few minutes. Alright, Guinea has more waters and the cats have been fed. Who stands between us next in our conquest of the Mediterranean? Lower Egypt can use a governor. We've also got to actually integrate some pops, don't we? I don't think we're going to get 1 billion Bohydric peoples here right away. We need... Where was it? Greco-Levantine... Greco-Persian... What was Greco-Levantine? 500 ops in size. I didn't happen to get 500 Egyptians this war, did I? 19 Punics by number of pops. 459 Bohydrics in that war. I'm honestly surprised. That's a pretty good amount. That puts us only 41 away from having 500 integrated populations of a type. So if we get Central Delta, see, that's why I wanted to individually occupy certain cities, because that instantly gives you slaves of the population without raising it to the ground, because I didn't want to actually kill the remaining population. Wanted to steal his slaves and then come back around and conquer the people into my own. But I'm surprised it's as big as it is. Because, like I said, Etruscans have been part of us from basically the start. And they're growing so slowly. So getting Greco-Levantine off of the Bohydrics is actually a realistic possibility. Ruler unpopularity, number of integrated cultures down. The Epirotes only have 165 that they're giving to us. It might be about time that the Epirotes start being educated in proper Sekeliot ways. Oh, we're still at war. Forgot that was still going on. If but on a technicality. So since we are still at war and can't disband, Carthage has 20,000 troops there. Do you suppose that can't be the majority of Carthage's troops? I'm tempted. I'm tempted to do something really foolish, but they're still allied with Egypt. Do we technically have truce with them? We don't have truce with them. No. We do. Because they were called in to war with their ally. So we do have truce with them as the aggressor in that war. Okay, Carthage gets to live for now. Macedon, do we have anything on you? We do for Ionia and Caria Inferioris. Since they're still present here. So what I could do is I could try to take more of this Levantine coast from them. Under the excuse of filling in more dots over here. They do so have an obnoxious number of feudatories. I can't believe I interrupted this guy as he was playing Pin the Tail on the Donkey. And most of my armies are in the area, so we could just we just put a whole buttload of dudes right on him. So maybe we'll go Macedonia route after this. But first, let's integrate a culture. Bahyrix. Should we make them actual nobles, maybe? There are more foreign people. But whereas we've been mostly in the domain of Hellenic and Italic peoples, a few Gallic folk, a few Illyric folk. The Egyptians were a bit more distant. Maybe it'd be... Personally, I like having a more diverse empire. In Crusader Kings, I would always try to go for more diversity. I don't like how in Crusader Kings 3, if you convert your religion, update your culture, you have a good chance of 80% of your entire realm converting with you. I want them to be as they are. Just because I make a personal choice doesn't mean they have to jump in with me. But like in CK2, I liked having diverse vassals all over the place. And so maybe there's also a bit of role-playing value in saying that the proud Egyptians will get to rise up and have representation of themselves to manage this colony for us. After how long of foreign Greek rulership with the Ptolemies and their descendants? Their Megaspecelius will still be Greek. But they will get to be full proper citizens, and hell, even nobles. Or right, not even the Romans get. Or maybe I should save nobility. For this era, would it be more realistic that my Greeks would elevate other Greeks to nobility, while those who are foreign can be respected citizens, but maybe not nobles? Sikeliotes so far are the only ones allowed the treasured privilege of nobility. $392 Etruscans. If I wasn't so dependent on levies right now, I would say maybe drop them. Maybe if I built a proper legion and actually have good composition and it doesn't revolt on me this time, then maybe I can downgrade and absorb the Etruscans. Do the same for the Epirotes, maybe. But at the very least, we need 500 of somebody to get Greco-Levantine. So, Bahyrix citizens we got now. $677 nobles, 1,800 citizens, 2,700 freemen, 4 tribesmen, and 4,000 slaves. Culture group still primarily Hellenistic. 9,000 pops total. 9,300 pops. Alright. So, let's do some governing. Lower Egypt, governor. Recuperates, agates don't exist. We have a lot of pops here. But given that I still want to get my 500 surviving pops of their culture, I think I don't want to use them for war just yet. So it shouldn't matter what martial those guys have. Finesse, I could value a little bit more. Let's give it to Telesforos. He's got no associated family, 3 martial, 8 finesse, no corruption, good loyalty. But moving forward, we could pull a Ptolemy and just make our own ruling family the de facto hereditary governors of Egypt. A rival metropolis, but they got the smaller population than our metropolis does. 114 of 110. Beat that. Local building city slots +1 could be more valuable than getting more import routes. Though we still have 4 more openings here. I should also build in more places. Hey, they're finding the positives here. Still can't build anything because it's too disloyal. But they're getting up slowly. Food issue. What do you guys produce here? You're a grain building area. And you have no farming settlements. What the heck, guys? The conquest, turn automatic trade on. Cloth producers. They got farming there, smart guys. Great temple they have. If I'm integrating these folks, I don't care so much about pop assimilation. But I do care about territory provincial loyalty. Slaves for local surplus could drop down by 4. And territory provincial loyalty plus 0.01. What I would give for more provincial loyalty spread. I feel like it's not very efficient to build lots of courts of laws places. That could better go to other things, like granaries, civilization level, provincial food capacity. Memphis has 4 marketplaces for pop assimilation. More money destroying them all. They've already got a temple for religion. And religion here is still foreign. They still worship in Kemetic ways. They produce papyrus here. Let's give them a foundry. I got loads of cash, I could afford it. Every place else here seems pretty good. This is more investment than I'm putting into any one foreign area than I put into my own places. 15 of 114. I think at this Borderlands I should still keep their forts up. But maybe it doesn't have to be level 3. And maybe the port doesn't have to be level 3 either. Level 3 ports give population capacity, migration attraction, pop migration. They got plenty already. They're a big city. They got attractive migration by default. And they produce glass. Do I give them a second court of law? Or allow them to get more exports out? Court of law exports, court of law exports. They got more cities, yeah? They got other cities to build up that territorial provincial loyalty. They got a court of law already. Dates. And you have nothing practically. And room for 2 more things. Reduce governorship, central urban space. Alexandria is 0.07. That should flip once we get these buildings built in. Three academies. That is very posh. And I'm broke. And that's next door. I can't do anything for the next door, guys. Okay, so that should slowly help their food issue. Let's go ahead and manually import some grain. They got grain surplus. Let's give them more food. Pops are dying. Population output. Impact on province loyalty. Aggressive expansion also impacts province loyalty. No risk of civil war. Alright, so we got these guys going to ports. These guys already here. Let's move. You will be our Ionian Asian force to chase people around up there. After the conquest of Alexandria, our soldiers, as usual, sacked the city, making off with all manner of spoils. There was, however, one area of the city that remained largely untouched by the looting. A grand edifice, looming over the tightly packed district of Alexandria, stood proud throughout our conquest. In it lies a body of the most revered of men, Alexander. His victory is almost innumerable. This man had a vision the likes of which had not been seen since. It seems that he has been buried with the honor and respect that he must have deserved, in a great city, overlooking a sea he once called home. Such a man deserves to be left in peace for his eternal slumber, but various voices in our armies cry out for differing treatment of the remains of this hero, once feared and admired in equal measure. Disturb him is sacrilege? 6 stability? Stability is a pretty tight commodity in these parts. And 25 popularity. Return him to his ancestors. Transfer his remains to Methone. Gains family burial, territory, provincial loyalty, point 10, freeman output locally, and legitimacy. A new beginning for the greatest among us is appropriate. Transfer his remains to Lysimachia. Base resource production, local freeman output. Install him in Athens. Reminder of the results of hegemony. Athenae gains a warning to tyrants. But we're tyrants. Local citizen output. And citizen happiness. A Colossus himself, Rhodos is a fitting place. Local manpower, starting experience. No more shall we worship the memory of a tyrant. Alexander's remains lost to the sands of time. Lose 5 stability, gain influence. Gain 1 measly marshal, currently 0. Most of these options I don't care too much about because they're local modifiers. I like the idea of letting him sit in peace anyway. And I want that stability. And how's my own trades going? Imports. What are we lacking now? Civilization level. We already dominate somehow. Wasn't even trying to. Papyrus. We got some internal sources now, right? Memphis. I could also build a few more things here that I haven't been doing. We could put more academy. Library also helps with research. Forum also helps food modifier. I don't know too much what the desired ratios I want are. Capital province is always loyal. Good, I should hope so. Religion happiness, pop conversion speed. Civilization level. We could build more port. We've already got population capacity basically maxed. Local tax, local civilization. Producing plenty of wine. Let's do more library. I feel like I want research points. Definitely not doing things efficiently. Okay, and our massive stacks here. Let's spread you guys out so attrition doesn't eat you alive. It says 0% attrition, so it should be fine there. And Egypt, where are you guys going? I see you guys on the move. You got no war. Just trying to send your guys home? Bohatic recruitment drive. Let's see. Right to join military, defend Hellenic League through force of arms, along with a point of pride of our citizens, with the increasing rights bestowed upon Bohatic people, cause remounting that they should be allowed to serve in the military as well, as possible solution to our dwindling. Oh my goodness, it actually is. We have a cap of 91,000, and we're all the way down to 8,000. To replenish our armies, there's a need for 21,000 men. 5,000 will reach the army this month. And we get plus 914 each month. Of course, this might as well cause jealousy and resentment with our existing soldiery, many of whom still view Bohatric as our old enemy. Let's do it. More Bohirics. Become freemen, become freemen. $9,000 extra manpower. And it drops by 4,000 instantly. There's 0 attrition. So what we'll do, boat-wise, they're gonna be easy, because they've only got ports along this coast here. So if they're not here, they're gonna be there. They've only got 53 boats too, so I could split my army in twain and besiege every coast they got. I could split my army in twain and besiege every coast they got. Every coast with a port. Unless they have their boats elsewhere supporting some other things. Like they do over here. The Macedonian First Nauticon. But they're going outwards, they're going back home. $459. We need these people to breed like rabbits to get us up to 500. Pay 15. Province gains 5 loyalty. Huh. I could also send armies around to increase loyalty by 5. and give 2 years of plus 0.5 provincial loyalty. Military colonies, pay manpower, gain tyranny, and lose loyalty to increase population. We could build roads. Cool. Things I haven't been doing because I've been using my armies mostly as armies. Imagine if I knew how to play the game properly. How much more efficient we might be playing if I knew all the little tricks and tips. Nose is getting itchy. Apprehended after making a scene at the mausoleum of Alexander. A strange but curiously intelligent man, Athenodoros Hippolyte, has been hauled in front of us for summary judgment. He remains reticent as to his reasons for such disrespect in the presence of our memorial, but we should aim to appease those who call for his blood. Should we? He's a nobody. He might be shrewd and loving, but he dared desecrate Alexander. Make him an addition to our court. Hippolyte becomes a prominent family. Becomes a prominent family. We've already got 5. To add 1 more to worry about. I've already got... where are they? Agad Dynasty? Leonid Dynasty now too? Rekiperid? We got 3 fake dynasties who aren't one of the great powers, who are going to be upset because their foreign power base doesn't have any jobs in our country. Let him rot, get 2 tyranny, and 10 popularity. Put him to death, 25 popularity. We have other prisoners still, don't we? We have 1. Of very poor health. What about another gladiatorial debut? Gladiatorial debut against our foreign prisoner. It's the only realistic thing I could do with them. To the menacing sound of growling lions and unenthusiastic applause, Menidas and Athenodoros took to the sands this day to fight for their very survival of the arena. The crowd responded well to the exciting fight, and the outcome seemed uncertain to the last until, to mildly excited jubilation, Athenodoros skewered Menidas with a wicked pike. 8 martial against 7, but he fought against an old man who's also a bit of a leper and a bit dumb. But he was a cautious ore master in life. With great pomp, Ormegas Basilius declared Athenodoros Hippolyte the victor, to be granted freedom immediately. Yeah, that's fine. So Silk we lost, did we? Because I keep losing provincial loyalty every place. Got 1 source of incense. Local noble happiness. Tech advancement from Memphis. An admiral of the first Nauticon is dead. Alright, who in the great families? Everyone's got the jobs they want? Then I guess we'll go by merit. Who would make a decent admiral? These guys are nice, but more for land-based armies. Xenophede? And you, don't forget. That's actually too many guys in there. Finally, maximum capacity for our boats. Okay, so what is the advance going to be? Ionia is going to be the excuse. And then what do I want to claim? They have fort, and another fort up there. Level 2 fort, level 3, level 2. They're putting too much money into these. Some actual decent population. What I need is for Persia to eventually go against Macedonia or Armenia themselves. I need these guys to weaken themselves for me. So, governor-wise, they have at least one decent levy in Syria, Cilicia, Phrygia, and I can't imagine that their Palestine holdings, which is this and there, would be too threatening. Maybe 4,000, 10,000 at most. Sanctuary of Alexander the Great. Who do you count as at our pantheon? War deity? Fertility? Mr. only had one proper heir? We could swap more of our deities around. We made Athena our culture deity. Fertility, freeman happiness, food modifier. Who else you got for fertility? Population capacity. I'm assuming that's global. And as a level 2 shrine, we could put 2 artifacts in there. Global monthly food modifier, everybody gets more food. $12.50, $12.50. Artemis or Dionysus? Or Isis for a Kemetic foreign god? Economy, integrated happiness, with an omen for national citizen output. National commerce income isn't too bad. I'd have to put some points to elevate Priosos from settlement to city to get an actual level 2 shrine there. Military tech is tempting. Build cost, national commerce, pop assimilation speed, Melkart, the Wacadanite god. I wonder if there's any disadvantage to having foreign gods in your pantheon. Google, what do you say? Imperator foreign gods pantheon? Is it worth adding gods from other pantheons or Imperator? Notice I'm playing Egypt, there's a 60% penalty to conversion having mismatched deities. It more or less prevents passive conversion to your main religion. Stay what your majority is for pure efficiency because it'll take forever to reconvert and or the stability hit from switching all four deities. Or for role-playing fun, you can try and keep it both happy at the same time. Just doesn't quite seem worthwhile yet. Should be more of a benefit to being accepting of other religions more than cherry-picking the best deities. No. It gives a minus 20% penalty to conversion per deity. Not to mention it is better to have that 20% happiness bonus on your main religion, rather than have that spread out over several religions. Even when playing as Egypt or the Seleucids, far better to have all the deities of your main pantheon. Absolutely yes. If you have a long-term plan, if you're an aggressive player, if you know what you are doing. So no, no, yes. Surely, it's situational, generally speaking. I can't resist the plus 10% national tax deities. Specifically. Yada yada yada. Specifically, this guy prefers a Hindu sex. Hellenism used to be clearing away the best pantheon, I'll second rate it according to 5 years ago. Oh shit, I thought all the gods that showed up on the selector screen were my religion. Time to restart my playthrough. Pop assimilation speed, but he's foreign. Commerce income. But the Chalcedons own them. Hephaestos military tech. Military tech for economy. Apollo Didymaios. I could dedicate a holy site myself. Integrated culture happiness plus 4% is a small bonus. Apollo Didymaios. I guess it's okay for now. I could always dedicate a shrine to him someplace. We have other cities. Dedicate a holy site with 50 political influence and 300 gold. Political influence is a bottleneck. I want to keep my political influence. Whereas stability, I could gain and lose. Number of integrating cultures, minus 0.2. My cultures will be happy eventually. Let's go ahead and turn Epirotes into freemen. They only have 165. Macedonians are providing so much more than they are. So let's go ahead. A freeman status. Only costs 5 to downgrade them. Political influence. Citizenship lost. Recruitment privileges curtailed. For the next 5 years. I think we'll start down and work our way up. And these guys are also feudatories. Feudatories. So we'll start with them, since they have forts on there that would interfere with some conquests along the coast. Start with you, march our way up. Hey, Egypt, you want to give us military access? No. They don't like me too much? Okay, let's start getting closer and closer to winning land by the spear. Little Casus Belli is fabricated to gain... Whoops, sorry microphone. To gain 2 to 4 provinces each time. Is it enough? I want to be able to swallow huge chunks of my foemen while they try to swallow huge chunks of me. Tributary income, we don't care. Legion commander, loyalty of general. I don't have legions. When activated, every legion commander gains 1 charisma. When activated, every Legion commander gains 1 charisma. When active, loyalty +5. So it's always going to be a +5. But the +1 charisma is a one-time thing I'm reading this as. Oh well. 1, 2, 3, 4 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. And stone we've just lost, have we? Because everyone is getting negative provincial loyalty. I gotta send my emperors, my Basileus Megas, onto tours all around the world, just to keep people happier. It has come to our attention that our trusted advisor Herophilos Zenid has been siphoning funds from the treasury to his own pocket for some time. The disappearance of money collected from across Hellenic League eventually aroused suspicion, which combined with eyebrow-raising extravagances such as extremely flattering statues of Herophilos being erected, could not be written off as mere coincidence. Man is getting statues to himself. Abuses of this kind surely must not be tolerated, lest the entire state apparatus becomes a charade for personally enriching vain aristocrats. I can't imagine that in the modern world. The specific punishment is up for debate. Recuperate our losses? Philoxenos the Egyptian, Agathoclid. Conquering Egypt has made me the Egyptian. So if I simply regain the money, that counts as gaining corruption. Forfeited his position. Also gains me the same money back. Simply getting the money back is corrupt. Getting the money back and firing him is more fair. Only a real punishment would deter embezzlers due to our upstanding character. I don't know, 15 corruption is not very upsetting to me. That's enough to get some penalty to political influence, 7.75. Tactician. Modest, prominent, scholar, plain speaking. I guess that's upstanding enough. 2,432. And gain 25 popularity and 3 tyranny, which I could lose so fast. That's my Trophius. Okay. And he's imprisoned. Gladiatorial debut, we got no other gladiator possibilities. Banish him, 1 territory. He's also the head of the Zenid family. I could do what the game is doing to me. I could banish him to Carthage, and then strip all the Zenids of their positions, and then they will have or you know what, let them keep their jobs, because he's already disloyal. Banish him to Carthage, and using the power base of the Zenids in Hellenic League, he'll start formulating rebellion and civil war here. Release him. Sell him to slavery for 4 gold. Every other Zenid family member loses 30 loyalty for 10 years. I'm gonna banish him. He's of poor health anyway, and I don't want him languishing in prison. Head of the Zenid family. Oh, Carthage. Is part of the oligarchs. You see that? He's already causing influence in foreign courts. The Republic. Bizarre. Imagine the people governing themselves. Trophius, monthly civilization change. 8 charisma. Alright. Everyone else's jobs, right? 44644. Okay then. So we'll go by merit. Hippolyte. $70,000 troops to vie for this coast of the Eastern Mediterranean. They finished up here? Oh, cool. Now, who else is ready to... Liburnia is getting close to 0. Urope getting close to 0. Alright, let's go wait for them. I'm just expecting these low provincial loyalties as a fact of life now. Oops, what did I click? That better have just been somebody making friends. "152nd Olympiad shall be held. The only times we haven't hosted the Olympiads is during too big of a civil war, where it automatically decided times are too dangerous right now. No risk of civil war, war exhaustion still ongoing. What's he doing? Levy of Italia. It's always Italia. Leader is disloyal, pursuing their own goals. But they got too many guys at Italia. There's too many integrated pops here. So they always think they know better than I do. Eubulos Dieted. We'll give you free hands. He's already corrupt, so what's a little bit extra going to do? Turn on back around. Who wants access? Hyantis. Cappadocian revolt. I don't see it. Struggle between the religious echelons of our society and the peasants has recently come into light, as a populace at large feel like the religious ceremonies are inaccessible and distant. Well, I like this one. Procession to appease both sides. Loyalty and stability +3. Speaking of usable stability, any interesting laws I could use? We have Royal Guard. We have 3,000 monies if I want to make a levy now. Cultural dissemination to boost assimilation. Institutional benevolence, we have no subjects. So either way, we have no subjects to like us, and no subjects to integrate. So that doesn't matter. Noble output exchange for happiness. Tax for population growth. Domestic laws. Desired citizen ratio in cities. Freeman ratio. You require gradated citizenship to unlock that law. I feel like citizens in cities is something I do want. Research points and citizen happiness. Scientific patronage. Legitimacy and noble happiness. So, sponsored scholars I think I would want if I was better at the game and knew how to aim my tech better. Scientific patronage. Royal humility, freemans are happier, divinity statute, -20. Aggressive expansion impacts, and popularity gain. So the only thing we're missing here is zeal greater than 10, and legitimacy greater or equal than 90. Godly status of our long lineage of rulers. Power and authority they wield have become a thing of legend. Even our neighbors are in awe. Proclaim what we have long suspected, our rulers are equal to the gods themselves. Wouldn't we be getting something pretty similar to that? If we... Where would decisions fall under? Characters, opinions. Isn't there a decision where if we have at least 4 of our family deified, we could be like... we could form an imperial cult? Yeah. Deify 4 rulers, at least, and has enacted the Divinity Statute Law. So Divinity Statute Law is step 1 to getting divine sanctions. Pharos Lighthouse, we need 50 stability, we're almost there. For the privilege of losing 1200 gold and to build a lighthouse. Temple to the Muses. 60 stability. Alexandria gets 1 free building slot. Panoply of Alexander the Great. Arms of Alexander is in a reliquary or inside an owned holy site. It's not in a reliquary, otherwise that'd be an X. So we don't have that. Helmet, arms, and armor of Alexander. Anthologia Philosophicae, Canaanite Pantheon, Druidic Class, Reunite Alexander's Empire. We have a lot of check marks. We need Sardaeus, Gaza, Antigonea, Ammonion, Babylon, Seleucia Megale, Persepolis, Ecbatana, Taxila, and Alexandro Liman. Territory, 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 territory. So those specific cities. Gain Argead unification. Diplomatic reputation, freeman happiness, morale of armies, unintegrated happiness. 5 free province investments. Hellenic League changes name to Hellenistic Empire. And gain claims on basically everywhere. That's not gonna happen with at year 582 starting now. It simply cannot and will not be done. Okay, alright. Let's get boat in position. Olympic Games concluded. The Persian... Oh, so if I'm in revolt, if I have a civil war going on, I cannot host the Olympic Games. But if they're in revolt, the revolt could send a delegation over to play games. I don't see his boats anywhere here. So, his boats are either in this sea tile or this sea tile most likely. Or possibly at port. One extra Macedonian boat. Given he's got 60, let's split it in 2. 2 fleets. A tactician, disciplined. There, 7's alright. Individual boats and 1s and 2s don't matter. They're probably putting them down in port. I see them dipping inwards. But now we have 2 fleets of 80 boats blockading their ports. They can't get in or out. If they have guys over here They won't be able to move him anywhere. They're going to war with the Cappadocian Revolt. Is that them? Oh, that's them. Little Nora! And Tianitis at war with these two here. So they're busy. They got their armies focused over here. And they can't get them out. All their effluence of feudatories will be able to help them. But they won't be able to do too much against us. $16K better be enough. Let's make a confidence save here. We haven't had to roll back a confidence save yet. They're good luck charms. Either the confidence save allows me to overcome, or at least minimize my losses. Declare war for Ionia. Ionia would be this bit over there. Caria and Furiosus is inland. So we'll take this, their fort. They have 2 forts? They got 2 forts. They really don't want me to have it. Okay, that'll take care of the excuse. Who do you have allowed movement from? I don't see Thrace in there. So without the ability to go through Thrace, they can't easily get from here to here. Not easily. And there's boat fight, boat fight. Alright, Old Bay. Thought they had a mercenary boat there for a second. Send them in! We still got Dad's Omen going. Two foreign prisoners. Because they're foreign, I can't throw them to the lions. There's another down the way. I don't think I could send half my forces over. I could if I go and boat and back out. Boat and back out to make it slightly easier. What's the fort levels around here? Fort level 2. And fort level 3. Might be more worthwhile to just keep everybody here, have the huge stack wipe it out, and then go on to the next. I could also try to assault the holding, but that feels majorly foolish to me. Where's that blockade? 50. Oh! Their boats were there the whole time. Chase them down. They're trying to get home. We'll send one along the coast, and the other will try to intercept an open sea. He's trying to run away. Remission from previous ailment. Does that mean he's going to lose his arthritis or his wounds? Neither. They're hiding their boats here. Oh, we're gonna get those, don't you worry. Egyptian revolt. Oh. We could take more of the Nile itself. Wait a minute. Central Delta doesn't have any, or is separated from Egypt. We could take the Middle Delta. One war at a time, Guinea. I'm quite happy taking over the Levantine coast. This is okay. 456 still. Fully integrated in. Sakeliotes aren't too unhappy. Rorope, War of Independence. Okay. Let's go pick some dudes up. Five boats coming. Oh, that's Thrace. That's not reddish, it's a brown. I always see their slightly reddish color and think, oh no. What is Thrace doing right now? They don't have anything going on. They have an alliance with the Persian revolt. What's that going on behind me? Granaries raided, replace the stockpile. Rotor's efforts to influence. Akratatos had a crater well underway. Lose 10 stability. That is so much. No. No. Siege of Gerbil is 1. Then on to the next. Where's the next fort? Hold up. 10,000 suddenly appearing. We're gonna ice them. Siege of Miletus. We'll vanquish these guys, unsiege there, and everything will be alright. Again, every time I scroll over and I see the text in red pop up, that scares me. Library built is in red, scary letters. So is siege complete, these many taken away as slaves. They don't realize how much fear they're causing me. A cousin belonging to the lesser branches of the Agathoclid family has become embroiled in a scandal at court. According to eyewitnesses, the youth managed to publicly shame himself in an incident involving a slave and a crudely drawn portrait. Lose 25 prestige out of 4,048. I can't afford that. Let the family handle family business. They got so many of their armies popping up around here. Smart play is to take them. So they have Decapolis, part of Palestine. I could try to take it. They got 7,000 guys there. And so it could help us hunt them to take them out. So I probably won't have the ability to seize the entire coast in one war and more Palestinian lands. It scares me looking over and there's 128 Carthaginian boats. That's all their boats though. If I could kill their fleet in one go, that would severely limit their force projection. They'd be limited to whatever they can march over land. $7,000 versus 8,000, or with 8,000 over there, I mean. Gotta keep our backs clear. I feel like if Paradox really wanted to avoid armies wiggling around and dancing around each other, maybe the smart play is to make them lock in faster. And boat's too full. Boat is not too full. For an extra 16,000. Okay. Move them over, drop one off. Where's the capital here? Down there? That's it. One island fort to take everything else. I also haven't been investing into Europa at all. And where are these guys trying to go to? Probably... Could be. They've only got 50... They only got 5,400, so... Maybe I'll try sieging this up to get some more extra war score. Move on over there to remove more reinforcement spots from them. Sucking up so much of my manpower sitting here with huge stacks to take over these level 3 forts. Eight only. Dare I do a siege now? Assault power from all units is 141.51. I'm gonna risk it. 67, drop 2. That's too many drops. I can't stop him. I can't stop him. It won the siege with a quickness, but I think losing half my troops was not worth the cost. Maybe it's better to do after I've already brought the siege into the positives. After enough time has passed for them to... Persia, you want to give us military access? They do not like us. They will like us. Drop off one. We'll drop off smaller dudes. Then check back over here. If we weren't at half morale and half troop size. A need for 32,000 men because of that. 30,000 men that I lost throwing them at the wall. I gotta go all the way around just to fight them. That's kind of silly. At least there's no fort here, so we could... A lot of dudes! As long as they aren't coming our direction. Wait for morale to improve, then we'll go on the offensive. Oh, they're going into boats, are they? Or are they just walking down the coast? They do have max morale, so I don't want to face them off right now. $34, but it is a level 3 fort. Tribal proposition, more cash. We'll pinch him in from both sides. We'll leave those guys alone for now. Because I need more sheer numbers here. That's practically the all of them, I think. And if they want to split their armies, all the better. Pannonia, Secunda is pretty mild. Okay, they'll wait there, build up morale. And that's why I keep one small stack of mercenaries in Illyria. $64 already, let me see. If I were to finish this war off, would I be allowed to take 20? A no for taking the middle bit there. 74 out of 64. What about Ionia? That's an excuse to get the rest of this for free. But that's if I include Decapolis too. If I forget Decapolis, we can grab bam, 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 bam. Still no. I just want these cities and the coastline. I don't care about the inland stuff. Plus, we'll get a decent border with the Persian Empire. Okay, morale's at max. Get them a bit closer. Denizens of the territory Pydna been feuding with their neighbors in Dion. Fortified wall erected. Hellenic League gets 500. 500 tiny manpower. I think my guys are going to need a vacation after these wars. Western Delta, don't tell me that you guys are getting unloyal. Plus 14 each month. Alexandria is 0.00. Even after giving them all these buildings. Completely ungrateful. $69. Crete, what's going on? Kajubi225, thank you for the follow. They're at minus 40, they're at 45 and dropping. 0.05 each month. We got money, they're not disloyal yet. Provincial loyalty. Provincial loyalty. And a bit extra provincial loyalty. Trying to cut me off of my own iron. Hello to you too. Welcome to my attempt at dominating the Mediterranean. First time playing. Well, first major campaign after dropping the game way back in the day. Exporting. Tuskia still dislikes me. How's the Alpines looking? The Alpines not too upset with me right now? The Alpine's still cool. 70% war score. If I can take this in the truce, or head of the Agad family, like Kurgos Agad, fed up with the situation. Agad family, once more, is not even one of our own great families. Daidid, Zenid, Dinokratid, Hirakid, and Agathocalid. Those are the ones that matter for the risk of civil war. These are foreign families that simply have their head of household in our land, and so they're bitching at us for their grievances elsewhere. You want to buy this game and play it, but you see Paradox abandoned it. Honestly, now that I've taken the time to learn the game, I think that I really, really love it. The fact that it's abandoned by Paradox isn't always a bad thing. Because like if you look at Crusader Kings 3, where most of the DLCs that come out have been lukewarm reception at best, maybe it's for the best that they're not meddling around anymore. It would be really cool, though, if they did support the game a lot more. Looking at... back when I was keeping up with Europa Universalis 5's devlogs, it seems like a lot of things I like in here are in Europa Universalis 5. So if you're interested in Imperator, but you want a game that Paradox is putting more effort into, Europa Universalis 5 is an option. But even if your heart is in Imperator Rome, and you're like, man, I want to buy this game, I want to play this game, but Paradox isn't supporting it anymore, the good news is, Keijubi, that the fans still are. It does have an active mod scene. Invictus is the biggest one as far as I'm aware of, that everybody loves. They're constantly working on it, balancing the game, putting more flavor, more decisions for different areas. So, if you like the game, and you want it to be more supported, the option is there. So I think that, if you're on the fence, go for it. You look at Empire of Sin, that game is fire. Only game that you buy expansion edition. After a year they abandoned it, no active mod scene. But that's the thing, the active mod scene is active here, so... The Imperator fans are still eating good. If anything, some would argue that at this point, the fans have been putting more work into the game than Paradox has. And I fully understand you, Keijubi. Like, Crusader Kings 2 was my main game for the longest time. Played it religiously since 2013. And so I was on the ground floor for going through an entire game's life cycle of all the DLCs that come out, some great, some garbage, some you wait until later. Getting into a new game in the series, and it's too simplified. It emphasizes the wrong things, and so it's not as fun. But hey, if you want to play it, here's $300 of brand new DLCs. I tried to get into EU4 when that came out, because that's when they had the converter. If you buy the game, you get the converter, and you could convert your CK2 game to EU4, and I thought that's great. I'll get to continue my playthrough all throughout history. Except coming from CK2 to EU4, it was a totally different system. This game is a whole lot closer to EU4 than it is to Crusader Kings, so it might as well have been Greek to me, which is why it's taken so long to get back into this, and find out that after studying the game and playing the tutorial, learning how it plays, it's actually pretty fun. DLC ruined you? You don't have €30 every month. Same situation, Crusader Kings 2. I didn't mind it back then, since I had the spare money, so for me, it was I could buy a brand new video game, or I could buy a Crusader Kings DLC, or I could do neither, and wait, and enjoy the game I have, and when I do eventually come around to a new DLC, it's cheaper! But you basically do gotta be by the tail end by that point. Once they start neglecting the game to build the next one, then the prices come down a whole lot. Like, I bought this, $60 new, back in 2020? 2019? 2019, yeah? Couldn't figure it out, dropped it after 20 hours, come back to it in 2025, and the DLC is practically pennies. And like, that's the one good thing about this game being somewhat abandoned, is that it only had a handful of expansions that right now are really, really cheap. So it's a pretty good steal getting into Imperator even with the DLCs. Because if you want continued lifetime support of the game, and new content and new features, that's coming from all the mods. So basically you have a cheap Paradox game that feels like it's similar backbone to EU5, that has a robust fan scene that is constantly modding the game. So this is actually Paradox's best kept secret. Look at it, indie developers that release games that no one heard of is always a good way to go. There's a few strategy games that I've been looking at on the indie side, but a lot of them have huge ambitions, but because they're indie, either it's an open access game where it starts off super basic and the hope is in 5, 10, 15 years, maybe continued support and continued development would make it look as good as they want. But a lot of them are also, they have huge ambitions, they had good early models going out, great screenshots, great designs, but money is hard to come by for indies, and so they end up kind of going on infinite hiatus. But here's hoping, because I do want to see those projects succeed. Agate family spent their wealth on raising veterans loyal to their cause. If civil war breaks out, veterans will join their size. Again, Agads are a foreign family. They belong to Chalcedon. They have no business ruminating on civil war in my land. I'm pretty sure that I took this guy to trial, to court, arrested him, and sent him to Carthage to be their problem, and now he's back in my court causing problems. He doesn't matter. He's not one of our great families. He's not supposed to matter. Miraculous recovery. Siege won over here. And then Siege lost over there. Where's the mercs I had here? Oh, there they are. Sieged up over there, now sieged up over here. So these endless provincial revolts could finally come to an end. Nobody's sneaking in from behind. Hephaestalia won. Where's this at? They tried to... We actually gained 3 of their ships. Chase them down. They're gonna want to go home. With our sieges here, their only home port is here. Their only home port is here, right? I'm gonna take their last home port away. Pannonia Secunda wants to give Marsonia only an individual territory. And not the all of them. This one's fully won, and you. Rorope back to us. Who died? Researcher. Greatest threat to any nation because not from without, but from within. I would say it's the other way around, coming off Crusader Kings. You don't want to buy the new GTA, maybe one day Victoria 3. I know what you're saying, yeah. Especially these days, right, with the prices of the AAA big games being so expensive. I don't really have any desire to buy the next giant cinematic AAA game with graphics that are going to melt to my decent for 2019 CPU and GPU, I mean. There's loads of games that medium developers, small developers, indie developers are putting out that are always striving for quality also. You know, like, I don't need the next The Last of Us 2 remastered, rebooted, when I got a whole bunch of good games, excellent games, coming out every single year. The Korgos Agad. The fucking Agads. Pseudo-great family. put more faith in our subjects. He's got 0 loyalty. Pay to have him closely observed. 600, but if it gives a chance of getting rid of him, then I'll be happy. Agathocles do not have enough. Agathocles only has 5 charisma. Let's see what to do with them. How's our guy in Egypt doing? 3 martial, 8. Do we have any Agathocles? 6 finesse versus 8 finesse. I like the idea of having an Agathocles in charge of Egypt. But 20 corruption, 48 loyalty. No open rolls right now. Well, he had decent charisma, right? 3 of 8, 5 of 8. Monthly civilization change. Hippolyte's not too important right now. Five. And 19 statesmanship. Oh well, Hippolyte isn't a great family, get out of there. Lacking researchers, somebody with good oratory that isn't a fucking agid. 9 charisma. Get us our tech. I definitely feel that too, when you have the game you loved as a kid, and you don't really need the new ones either. Thankfully, most devs like trying to make their games good. But I guess if I consider my mid-late 20s to basically be extended childhood, that's kind of the same way with Mean Crusader Kings. Sure, there's a new one that's fancier and shinier, but I have the one I like, damn it. They lost 17 ships. And more prisoners. Gained 7. And they got more coming back. I'm gonna wait for this fight to finish here. A new ruler is born, little Philoxenos. No, from Philoxenos. Little Dioscorides. Dioscorides! He looks like a Dioscorides. Little Dios... He's only 59 loyal to me. My newborn baby is only 59 loyal. And his statesmanship is shit. But you know what? He's got better statesmanship than some of the people I put in office. I could put my newborn baby in a government office, and he'll be as good at his job as some of the other guys. Circumstances change, plotting no longer necessary for now, end the current plot. Okay, so I mostly want the coastline. But let's also take this port also. Let's take that port. So in case... I'll take the one territory. Peace eminent. So I basically got all that I want from these guys from Macedon. Let's see what beautiful, delicious, juicy peace I can get. I want this. I want that. I want the coast. I want your cities. I want even this little thing that's 84. we can get a border with the Persian Empire, and he'll still let me have it. We can take this away. Ooh. They're letting me have so much. Everything except this inland desert, which is okay. If we ever want to go against the Persian Empire, we could come in this corridor and start spilling out this way. So that's still going to give me what I want. Primarily, I wanted the Levantine coast. Secondarily, I wanted to get rid of their ports. They'll have no more ports. This is that's their feudatory. They'll have no ports of their own. Except for here. Because I keep not taking this. And that's perfectly fine by me, because having the casus belli on this is my excuse to attack them elsewhere. Look at that beautiful coastline. The Hellenic League is getting better and better by the day. Now we just need this to finish up over here. We'll move our guys out to cities where they won't have any attrition, waiting for all of their stuff to finish. We got more provincial revolts on the horizon, because I got no good ways of getting rid of those. Go and conquer your nation in Central Europe to bring some culture? Rome? I'm very happy to let Rome become the empire of Central Europe. Imagine, they might actually have a Roman Empire over in the land of the Germans and beyond. I've kicked them out of Italy, but if they want to play in Central Europe, they are free to. Okay, but before I continue, it has been 4 hours again. Slovakia! What happened to Czechoslovakia? Don't tell me they broke up. When did this happen? No, I'm kidding. Alright. I'm gonna grab a BRB, because that war took us a bit beyond the 4-hour mark. And I've got to stretch my legs every so often. Can't be the potato gamer. When we come back, I want to conquer more of the world. The end of the game is coming up in less than 200 years. But I'm only at 8,000 war score, out of a maximum 97,000. And I need 21,000 to maximize my troops again. And if I want to make legions, then I'll need money and manpower. Which is gonna be a time trying to get with all these provincial revolts coming in. So I guess when I return, we'll focus on the internals, rebuild strength, and then see if we can't spit in the eye of Carthage and Egypt again. But first I gotta pee. Alright, grab my BRB, grab my waters, and now I got... Little Toasty? Toasty, you come to join me? Have you come to be our military advisor, Toasty? Oh, he's come to be the little petty pet cat. And there's Onyx. Onyx, you better not be in here to wet my bed again. An astute eye might have noticed that the blanket has changed between streams. Because somebody must not be satisfied with this kitty litter and left a big giant mess in my bed. Onyx, how come? Yeah, you tell him, Toasty, you tell him. Alright. So let's see what the situation on the ground is now. Exiled armies, starving populations in Saigon. In Saigon?! I didn't think the map went that far. And I got both cats on the desk. Onyx, you heard me talking shit, didn't you? Toasty, careful. The keyboard has buttons that actually do stuff. Onyx is opting to remain off camera, but like any good cat, he's blocking the mouse. You just meow right now, Toasty? Fool, Onyx. The pets have made you lean on camera. Look at how long your whiskers are, Onyx. You're like a spider. You're a spider-faced cat sometimes. What you meowing about, Toasty? These two are both such gluttons for attention. Here. Why don't you sit on my shoulder? And Onyx, I have to reach under you to get to the mouse, baby. Your favorite spot to sit is always in the way of my mouse. I can't tell if Maria is fading apart over here or gobbling down south. I haven't paid as much attention to the east. Taiwan? Bactrian group? What happened to my Tocharians? Cotanese? Tocharians still holding out in Wolfson. Sogdians in Sogdia. Okay, so. Baby, what's up? What's up, Toasty? What do you have to say, Toasty? What's your grievance? Do you want me to lift the stool up again? Okay. I spoil him. He likes when I lift the stool up and give him some extra height. But Toasty, I can't play the game this way. He's so happy because he gets to look around the room from a higher angle. Right, Toasty? Whoa, Toasty. The stool's rocking now, Toasty. What you gonna do, Toasty? Whoa. Whoa. Okay, fine. I'll stop shaking it. You okay there, Toasty? Whoa. Say hello, Toasty. Higher? You want me to bounce it? Whoa. 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 Whoa, bouncy cat. Whoa. He almost lit off there, Toasty. And down he went. Onyx, Do you want to be bounced next? Onyx just wants to sit here, get attention, the occasional pet. Hey, chillin' chum. Gonna need a ladder? Imagine if I could balance the stool on a ladder on my knees. But a toasty size, it might as well be a ladder. Whoa. Okay. Put him on my head. I mean, he actually does like sitting on my shoulder. Sometimes I'll pick him up and I'll just plop him on there, and either he'll sit on my shoulder like a parrot or he'll walk along my back. He's got very good balance. So who's starving? Starving Pops and Saigon. They could eat wood. They could eat spices. 58 population only. They don't... I could give them the boats, they could have it. Population capacity. I used to have an eye patch. Just for the fun of it. But I don't know where it went. My eye patch, my Afghan cap. Vanishing over the years. They could build 2 more buildings. Let's put the Grand Theater, Great Temple, replace the aqueduct. Replace the aqueduct? How about I remove the marketplace? The marketplace surprisingly doesn't do food. Yeah, Afghan cap, like the kind of, like pancake kind of shaped hat that they were in Afghanistan. Used to have one of those. That disappeared the one time I invited coworkers to a dinner party once. Library, they could eat food. Provincial food capacity. Forum is monthly food modifier. Food capacity? Or food modifier? I'm not good enough at the game to know if I should build granaries for food capacity. Let's give him capacity. The population's here. They actually have some Canaanite peoples. Canaanite peoples. Phoenicians, Hebrews. We have so many holy sites around here now, too. So many cities up and down the coast. Let's start with Great Temples. Great Temples, and then I'll build towards theaters. Gotta be foolish and destroy all of these forts too. So many cities, this place is rich. Yeah, native Pacific Islander Kejubi. Born in Guam, raised in Saipan. Though my family's from out in Palau. On my dad's side, on my mom's side I mean, on my dad's side is Italian Americans by way of Calabria, popping on out to New York when Italy became too fascist for great-grandpa. And then they made their way on west to California, and that's where Dad was made, and then he wanted to have his adventures, so we flew on out to the Pacific. Mom didn't want anything to do with him, But it was the 80s, so he kept hassling mom, and that was socially acceptable. And eventually they made me and got married. Yeah. Native Pacific Islander. That's why I get very touchy and pissy about Paradox not wanting to put any playable populations in that area. What was I doing? I was building cities up and down the coast. Not building cities, building in cities. They just had to put so many cities here, but I can't even make anything else. That's it. Just building all this chain up and down the line, took all the money I had. Oh well. I guess for now, hey Onyx. Onyx is saying that this is enough video games, it's enough talking to my computer. I should be giving him more attention. No, don't unpause, Onyx. Don't unpause. Hold on. Onyx, come back. Whoa. Easy, buddy. You're okay. You just pushed some buttons you weren't supposed to. You want to go find your brother, Onyx? If I let you down, you're not gonna go pee on my bed again, are you, Onyx? Your dad cleaned your litter box. You got perfectly clean litter you could use. What time is it? It's an hour until your lunch, Onyx. At least an hour. So why don't you go play outside? And I'll feed you at the next BRB, okay? Let's let you out, Onyx. Come on. Not living in the Pacific now? Nah, right now I'm in California. Dad brought us over when we were teenagers, thinking it'd be better for us. And haven't been able to afford to make my way back yet, but the way this country is going, it's always on the back of my mind, you know? Like with the way this country is, we could always pop on back over while the getting's good. Merge these two back together. Who is next in line to throw a hissy fit? Transpadana. Okay, let's get an army in place to help with Transpadana. Because I do want to eventually bring these wars to a close, so I could return my armies home, rebuild my military experience, and more importantly, rebuild my manpower. 0 attrition for this entire stack. Am I reading that right? I run to the Pacific, you come live with us. I mean, that is an option, you know? Like, If I were to go back west into the Pacific, it wouldn't just be for my own sake, right? There were some hardships going on here, so we could try to steer our shores towards also being a place of refuge. It'd be the humane thing, not people's fault that the country they grew up in and that they're born into, that they're stuck with, ends up becoming a hostile place during their life. They only want to give the one city. Maybe I should just get rid of the Pannonia stuff. The only reason I have this Pannonia stuff here was to halt Rome's advance. We're also a stone's throw away from 200 political influence. If I save my political influence now, we could try to deify somebody. We have the popularity, we have the prestige. Worship Hades to make everything cheaper. Hephaestus, military tech. Velchanos, commercial income. Priasos, where's Priasos? Little edge of Crete. We would have to elevate it to a city. 45 political influence. If we did, I'll think about it. I'll hold off on it. Buy a large house, you come with your wife, 2 kids. I was thinking more like somehow providing like refugee status. Now, of course, no place is perfect in the world. In Palau, we went from Tommy Ramegnosau was president, who was fantastic. He wasn't perfect, right? Like, there was still some corruption going on here or there. Politicians like to make their money somehow under the table. But Cousin Tommy was still a pretty good guy. He was like constantly hammering at the bigger countries about the climate crisis and trying to get international partners to actually do stuff. Solidified a huge marine sanctuary in pretty much nearly the entirety of the EEZ that was already doing amazing things with protecting the fish from overfishing, which means it wasn't just protecting our fish, but it was making fish throughout the Pacific actually more prolific. Because of course, if you have a huge area where fish can't be hunted, you have a huge area where they're safe, can make more baby fish, can pass through more easily. And then when his time in office was up, we just had to get Mr. I'm gonna run the country like a businessman, Sarangel Whips Jr., who was basically a miniature Trump. Imagine that everything that began to happen in America was tested with us first practically, the way it's 1-1 almost. Opens up the marine sanctuary so that foreign fishing fleets could scrape everything up. Goes all in with crypto because the Binance guy is giving him money, the Ripple guy is giving him money. COVID happens. He opens up practically right away, so everyone gets sick. So we gotta fix the whips problem first. But despite being a large ocean state, Governor of Thrace died. There's only like 20,000 of us, so I can't imagine it'd be too hard to drum up some stuff. Talk about Slovakia? Yeah, like I said, every place is kind of like that, huh? I am talking about back in Palau. I can't imagine that there's much in the way of oceanic marine sanctuaries with big tuna populations in Slovakia, but I could be wrong. Fate and Kingdom, Megathoclids, we got too few people. Who are our options? 6851, 3819. We'll lose prestige and legitimacy. I think it'd be okay. But it's kind of at a discount if I get them this way. This man is 39 years old and Governor of Macedonia. Governor of Macedonia, elevated to royal family. That's more power base for us. Loyal cohorts 4. Let's give him a marriage. Maybe someone who isn't about to die. Agathoclid. Oh, that's us. Agathoclid. We could marry him into the family. We have so many women who aren't providing positions, so we might as well marry them off and add some greater legitimacy. His family be our family by way of Charipie. Anyone else in our family that could use a spouse? 51 years old, unmarried. Maybe one of the other families has somebody they're willing to marry off. Get some more loyalty with them that way. Harakid, 36 years of age. 1,260. I am not going into debt just for that. Look elsewhere, lose political influence. Whatever, I tried. Then forget the great families. We'll just give them any wife in order to keep more kids going. Near death. What's up with her? Inflammation. We could marry Agathoclids to Agathoclids. Who's my heir? Spartacus. Is my assumed heir then? 60 supporters. You have no children at 43 years old, very poor health. Between his Mentagra and his depression. $200 to seek treatment. It's only 0.05% health. His weak spot is in zeal. So let's get him a zealous wife. That isn't ancient. Marry more Agathoclids to Agathoclids? I feel like I shouldn't be going full-on Habsburgs yet, with marrying into their own cousins. But they're the only younger girls around. Charicles, little baby Charicles, my little baby boy. He's epileptic, less finesse, less health, but his seizures are giving him extra zeal. Government destroyed your beautiful forest for profit, yeah. I saw somebody on Blue Sky who was talking about the marine sanctuary in Kiribati that also... Well, no, I think they were talking about the Palau Marine Sanctuary, and they're like, we see all these marine sanctuaries, like in Palau and Kiribati, that the next regime gets rid of. It makes me wonder if they could ever last. And I'm like, dude, the reason we keep losing these sanctuaries is because special interest groups from your countries, Mr. America, Mr. Big Feeders, where you have your conservation NGOs run by the CEO of Shell, that's like, hey, open up your marine sanctuaries. Let us take your fish. Big money. You don't need full marine sanctuary. There's 10%. So if you want to know why we keep selling out a marine sanctuary, maybe look at home first. Dioscorides, my newest baby bairn. Maybe I'll make him my assumed heir. Make him my rival. And to Phylos. It'd be cool if we did have somebody with 10 zeal, so we could institute divine statute. Zeal greater or equal to 10. Manpower is so tiny. We only need 6,000 now. So we're making progress. Oh, we're like a governor. Thrace. Thrace. If I adopt somebody with great zeal. Martial and zeal, I would prefer. Martial, finesse, zeal. Maybe some charisma. But if I want to work on getting divine statute, I could adopt somebody with 10 zeal, marry him to an Agathocles so I know their kid's really part of the family, appoint him as heir. Recaperids, Agids I want to avoid because those are foreign great families that are simply going to provide more civil war chance. Look at that. Lycurgos Agid, head of the Agid family. They don't have any power here. They have no power here, yet they're providing the risk of civil war. Game is busted in that way. Gotta get rid of this guy again. Dinocratide, no corruption, good loyalty. 8 finesse. We're not making use of the Thracian populations right now for war. I'll let them have it. Let's put them on cultural assimilation. Now I gotta wait for this to finish. .1, 0.5. Transpadana is gonna fire before the siege finishes. It'd be great if the siege finishes first, so we could at least drop our armies after this, before the next provincial revolt starts. Come on, it's just under a coin flip. .02. Just need these to flip over. End the war. Slaughter everybody. And I could finally drop my armies. These guys will stop starving. Magna Greca. Very good amount of military experience. .5, 6.2, and that's it. Everyone gets to go home. 35 pops from Lower Egypt. They're bringing camels in, heavy cavalry. So what's the status of power now if I sort by strength? Magna Greca's up to 118 usable pops. Italia 51. I feel like that's slightly more than they had before, now that we've disenfranchised the Etruscans. Little tiny bits of Siceliotes. Rome's army, they still have 10,000 legions stuck here because they can't get out of my lands. They're lucky that's still the tribute of theirs. They haven't done anything, basically, since they got stuck up here. I'm sure they have armies. They could take over more of the barbaric lands of Europe. Greco-Levantine influence. We can get an Egyptian population within 500 pops. Bohairic is at 458. They actually have grown by like 20. Egyptian revolt is still ongoing. How's their war going too? Because they gotta flip the entire country, don't they? We could take the central delta from them. Their war. Is it a civil war against Egypt? They will fight until the other have fully conquered the other. We haven't seen Egypt flip anything else here yet. But Egypt has huge, massive armies. There's no way that they aren't making gains. Especially with Carthage helping. I can't do it, not yet. The goal has to be rebuilding my manpower first. Epiproxenos, Timaeus Haranid has a friend far outside our border. Yada yada yada. Send him the gold. Send him? No. We don't care. We're not gonna send money to foreign barbarians. We can barely afford our own stuff. Mercenaries. Oh. The guys I dropped off here were levies. Well, pick these guys back up again. It's gonna take a bit for the boat to get here. March to here, so it's a quicker trip. And I guess we'll send these guys over because they're the closest. North Phoenicia, starving because these guys are sitting around. Persian revolt, winning the games this time. There, move my armies around so nobody has to starve. Just gotta set them right over there. They built a fort, which is lovely. Just gonna make it take a bit more time. And how is Catonia doing? Minus 29, so I can't... I can spend resources to build a city to make it easier. You know what? We're at 54 stability. I'm not going to complete this mission within this lifetime. Abort mission, take the -5 stability drop. That mission is such a grind. So what to do? Matter of Asia. Matter of Illyria. Started off all right. Here's some easy ways to make conquest. now raise provincial loyalty. I'm not gonna repeat that against Thrace. The matter ofs can go fuck themselves. Events of the past 100 years have proven the need for disparate colonies of Pontos, Euxenos to band together, voluntarily or by force. Euxine hegemony. If they're talking about Pontos, they mean that they want these bits taken up then. So more against Thrace, more against Armenia. Chalchodons. Stabilize and grow Italia. Governorship under our control, but is so far from the culture and traditions of our capital. Develop this region, encourage migration of loyal citizens of our own culture into the region to create a core of loyal subjects here. So no missions for, say, we were Syracuse, and we were Magna Greca. If we were still Syracuse or Magna Greca, would we have special missions to invade into Africa against Carthage? Is it only generic missions now? Legitimately curious. Google Imperator. Syracuse. What special missions have you got that we might have missed? Missions. Talented Archimedes we got. Eastern Base Illyria. We didn't do that. Agathocles events. So nothing in particular for Syracuse that we missed out on. What about Magna Greca? Oh yeah, there was Death to Tyrants too. There was a mission to depose the Agathocles and build up a republic. So we never did that one, and that's gone now. Magna Greca, what missions did you have? Mission tree. Egyptian tree. So nothing else then. As far as I can see, no special missions we might have missed. Unless the wiki was only telling me formable, how to form the title missions. Either way, not stress too much. We'll get to Carthage eventually. We have a claim on their capital. Once our manpower gets better. North Phoenicia has a rumbly grumblies. How about you guys get some more of that good grain? That good Western and Delta grain. Let's get a Apulian grain. Maybe that'll help them maintain their bellies better. And who else is low? Boeotia? I guess we'll move this mercenary group to over here then. $170 boats. How many boats does Macedonia have now? 47. They have no ports. Well, no, they do. They got this. They got a port here to call home. And then nothing else here. All of their inland armies, their inland... Oh, hold on. I was wrong. They had finally absorbed Old Bay. Old Bay is officially their own territory now. Sicilia, Czechia. So if I wanted to force Macedon to be more landlocked, I'd have to take Olube away too now. But I could cut them off here easy. That's a much smaller bit. I'm gonna keep not taking this away from them, since that's an easy casus belli I've already got. $33 per month. Wages is pretty high. How's the Civil War risk? No risk of Civil War. Researcher is providing 15.68. Synorix Herakid. Herakids. Herakids aren't scorned, just that guy alone is a dick. Any spare Herakids that wants to hang out on a boat in the Mediterranean? 1. A 64-year-old with poor stats. You get a boat of your own now. And there's a disloyal researcher. He's only got 6 zeal. We can do better than that. 9 zeal? Five attrition, 4 attrition, now that they're building up more guys finally. There, 0 attrition. Let's get those mercs back. So we could take them someplace a bit less starve happy for them. Normal replenishment, just full on feeding back in. 1,300. Opa, Civil War. And where's that fort? There. Just sit on Opus, wait for a bit. And then who's next down the list? Epirus. Is Epirus upset because we kinda disenfranchise the Epirode people? They'll be much happier as Akeliotes, I promise. They'll be less revolting. Civil War break out in 16 months. What you talking about? Disloyal character Civil War. Fucking Agid. Head of Herakid family, Synorex. Well, the first thing to do is get rid of this asshole. Bring to trial. It'll give me some tyranny, but I have very little of it. Starts off with a low chance of success. No holding for him. And I'll bring him to trial. The atmosphere is dark in court, as Lycurgos Agad, the accused, is brought head-hanging before the Megas Basilius. Lycurgos, a seminal genius, of logistical operations, has finally gone one step too far. Keen to expedite the trial, the examiner formally addresses Megas Basilius Philoxenos, asking what crime Lycurgos stands accused of. People demanded lose stability. Low popularity. Low popularity? Oh, of Lycurgos. If I say the people demand it, I lose stability. What does it matter? Philoxenos is Mega Specialius, gain tyranny, but increases success by a large amount. I'll take the tyranny. In the midst of a rousing and self-congratulatory monologue, Lycurgus Agad pauses with dramatic effect. Wheeling around, he points directly at Dionysus Theonocratide, who happens to be attending the court. With a shaky voice, Lycurgus accuses Dionysus of masterminding the whole affair, leading to much of the court joining his side. Dionysus loses 20 loyalty if I say they're in it together. Nonsense, Dionysus is an honorable man. Chance neither gained nor lost, currently 47%. As matters progress at the trial of Lycurgus Agad, an unexpected figure enters the court, flanked by burly soldiers. Iccius Replicarid takes a seat beside Lycurgus and whispers in his ear. Lycurgus nods and rises to speak once again. It appears he is now vouched for by Iccius of the Replicarid family, also an asshole. He cannot scare us. Decrease our chance by a moderate amount. Fucking buy him off. Jeez. I chose not to do that because that is just dumb. The court falls deathly silent as a magistrate clears his throat, falters and pipes up in a reedy voice, finds Lycurgus Agad guilty of all charges. The entire building shakes with the uproar of all present. The court guards seize Lycurgus and march him away to the dungeon. Gain 10 popularity for imprisoning this bitch. No risk of civil war. I gotta get rid of the Replicarids too. Gladiatorial debut? We could put him against another gladiator, Hectid family. Jobs in Macedon. I'm simply gonna banish him. Banish him to Carthage. Now, Heracid actually matters, because that's a family in my realm. That's a great family whose power is supposed to be contributing towards the risk of civil war. If a foreign power, foreign family, wants to do stuff against my realm, that's not civil war, that's just war. Character, culture, happiness. He's Litobetian. Where are the Litobetians from? That's a Hellenic one, right? Pannonian culture group. There. That's it. These guys over here, they're going to convert eventually. Litobetian? No, that's Latobicorum. But there are Litobetians, it looks like. Yeah, Litobetian pops, Litobetian pops, Litobetian pops. All these Siceliotes. You'd think that means that's huge army in Illyria. There's barely anybody there. That's basically just defensive armies if somebody else decides to rise up. No longer importing wine for the Central Delta. Well, they're not attacking me. Oh, because the Egyptian revolt was giving me wine. And they're finally being taken over. See, it was gonna happen. I knew they were gonna. "78 Carthaginian boats, or Second Navy. They have 128 votes now. So Sonorix had a key. 5, 7. Agonid, as nice as it is to have someone who knows how to do their job. We're gonna put Synorix here and see if that makes him happier. From 26 loyalty. 30. It made him slightly happier. Give him free hands. 50 loyalty. And now it's just a fucking recurrence. Or pissing me off now. He's managed to avoid corruption. I could bribe him, and that'll give him 1 corruption. Low chance of success is still 28, so whether he's got 10% corruption or 0, it still starts with 28. But I got 17 tyranny that I want to lower. Siege 1. Take over the capital, then that's another one finished. Then civil war, or not civil war, then revolt complete. Hooray. The cultures are going to be very unhappy no matter what. Gain popularity. Every character in Taurinia put to death before the cheering crowds of Syracuse. So, I'm getting pretty close to 200 political influence. To deify, I'll need 90 popularity. And 250 political influence now. Maybe it's more political influence the more families I deify. So let's just drop the aggressive expansion by a few points. Next one on the list, Epirus. Epirus. Best friends from so long ago. At least when all of these flip over, they're all gonna swap to like 100% happiness. Then let's go ahead and delete all these forts they keep building the moment they revolt. Pannonia Prima is going to revolt again. These ones aren't. This one is. Pannonia Secunda. They're already on the down low. The 2 in Europa I'll keep. The ones on the border here I'll keep. That one is alright. Good little border fort. And I'm over with those 2 also, since border with Egypt and they're gonna want them both back. Latobica. Alright, Latobica. We'll take you on too. Which one has your fort? Right over there. If I was better at the economic game, I'd have more money to put in cities, but I'm also bottlenecked by my political influence for getting cities, and then put a whole bunch of temples and theaters everywhere. Roto's efforts to influence Xanadidid well underway. Zeni approaches Megas Basilius Veluzeno, suggesting that a formal declaration of... No. No, that's a nobody. Available decisions. Pharos Lighthouse. $1,200 to build a lighthouse. Put an end to the infamous wreckers that often roam the island. But wreckers is economy. Why would I want to ruin the economy? Pharos Lighthouse. Will that count as like a great wonder then? Pharos Lighthouse, why would I build you? Does it do anything? Don't notice any modifiers. Yes, it does. The modifiers are added to the province of Alexandria. Don't remember what they are, but I think one adds a new trade route. Does it build instantly when you do the decision? There's a few further events that happen over a period of years that you get before the lighthouse is built. Modifiers you get upon completion are stronger if you choose the more expensive options. Enact that decision when you have twice the amount of gold needed. One event will ask you to spend it. You don't need to pay the second amount. But I guess the modifiers are worse if you don't. Triple, there are 2 such events like that, and yes, the modifiers are worse if you don't take the most expensive options both times. That's why there are 3 tiers of Pharos Lighthouse in the Sulter achievement requirements. I feel like that would be more important if I was actually ruling from Egypt. But right now, Syracuse is our ancestral home here. America. Well, great news for them, we're right next door. They actually have a proper legion there too, not just a levy rising up. $35,000 manpower. It's building up pretty quick, at least. And already it's spilling, currently at 99 and changes by 0.13 each month. Not the most stable of realms, this, is it? Fought against Spartacus. Satyra has grown resentful to Spartacus, a child of Philoxenos the Egyptian, but not Satyra Agathoclid. Has been designated as heir to the Hellenic League over her own children. Discovered that she plots to kill Spartacus to advance the position of her own beloved, Charicles. 9-year-old Charicles. 9-year-old Charicles already has the exact same amount of zeal. Sees her. Spartacus gains loyalty. persuade Satyra to abandon this foolishness? Or I never cared, for Spartacus Agathoclid anyway. Spartacus dies. He's already near death. Between his Mantagra and his depression, he's near death at 46 years of age. He's got a spouse, but hasn't produced any children. He's got 2 rivals already. Repicurid family. I didn't put any Repicurids as governor of Palestine. That is a lie. I never cared for Spartacus. Get rid of him. Murdered at the age of 46. So much of the primary heir. The clouds of the background. He is with Zeus. He is with Zeus now. So who's my primary heir now? Little baby Charlicles. I could patronize the yards for more culture, happiness, civilization games, hold games, gain popularity. Still marching on over. Abreus Helen Zenid out of a heart attack. Governor of Greece. So first, Governor of Greece. Who's it going to be? Replicators do not exist. They do not belong to this realm. Agads don't exist. Why are they still infesting my realm? 6 and 4 Marshal. Loyalty, 10 corruption. 5 and 5. Loyalty, no corruption. Andromache could be alright. 5 and 5 is an okay baseline. Self-control, less growth. Submissive, less commerce. Incapable, citizen output down, Zenid, 4 and 3. He's got no special stats otherwise. Monthly military experience. Give it to this man here, with his 10 marshal. How about this? Governor of Palestine really ended up being some recuperate asshole. That is not gonna fly. And in 3. Achilles, 5 and 7. We'll give him 5 and 7. But he's incapable, so nah. What if I sort by finesse? Who's got finesse but also not awful at war? And also not one of these fake families that keep infesting everywhere. Unnoticeable. Province commerce down. Five and 5, but he's an Agad. 5 and 5, but he's a Zenid. Harsh, so slave output up. No corruption, good loyalty. And the Zenids will be happy. Yes, please. Alright. Who's scorned now? Agathoclids are scorned. But we don't have much in the way of Agathocles to give positions to. Because I can only give jobs to the men. Governor Aristokonos. You don't have a job. Philosophos Trophius. Aristokonos. That means you get to hang out on a boat on the Mediterranean. Yeah. Herakid. Zenids. Herakid. 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 Herakid is mostly all hanging out here. We have 5 out of 4. Venocratite of 7 out of 4. So, someone step over and give my son a job. Not my son, but my, this guy here. Aristonikos. No more scorned families. Everyone's happy. Everyone has a job or a boat. And there's barbarians here. Let's see if they're willing to settle. No for settling. Are they going to come down and settle more? Or just stay there? They're not going anywhere. Okay, we could go Egypt again, if we want to take the central delta. But I kind of want to wait for Egypt to get involved in another war. They're still involved with the Egyptian revolt. Where? I don't see any Egyptian revolt anyplace. I think they're done. It just hasn't procced yet. The actual completion of it. Wait. There it is. One little tiny finger in the delta. That's all they got left. Egyptian civil war ends. Interesting. Could we do any sneaky stuff here? Support rebels. Incite rebellion in the Levantine major power of Carthage. To undermine another country without fighting them by increasing unrest among their wrong culture populations. But gives a casus belli on us when active. They do have plenty of wrong culture. I don't know if they've integrated the Massilians or the Massacilians. They've definitely spread Canaanite worship a fair bit. Egyptians. There's lots of Kamitic, and these guys are a Hellenic government. So they're already very, very much in the minority. They're also taking a bellicose stance. Everyone's bellicose. Thrace, bellicose. Macedon, neutral. They're claiming to be neutral. Persia, bellicose. Armenia, appeasing after taking all those Scythians over. I want to take more of the Delta. So, let's support those rebels, see if we can't break them apart a bit more. They've also got an alliance with Macedon. And Macedon now has an alliance with Thrace. They're encircling me! That is sheer encirclement. I could pop up a bunch of cheap Casus Bellis into Hispania, but that's not gonna help me out any. They do have some population. They got foreign cultures that I would have to integrate first. And there are foreign faiths, so I would have to convert them too. Carthage needs another 121 before they become a great power and can't have alliances. Egypt, because I took a good chunk away from them, they still have 74 to go. At least Persians. Persians are nice. They are too big to have any... They're just barely too big to have any alliances. And who they go to war against? Oxyania? No, Persian Revolt. Ah, I see them now. We got no Casus Belli. Enemy allies. Not allowed to have allies. Are they feudatories? Client states and satrapies. People of Mytilene have raised a large statue of our esteemed ruler, Philoxenos the Egyptian Agathoclid. Though the statue is lacking in certain important areas, it would not be taken well if we were to rip it down. If we leave the statue up, let's hope it does not get too well known, as it could be somewhat of an insult to the monarch. Grateful for the honor to the nation. Local population happiness up. Lose 10 popularity. Looks nothing like the Philoxenos. Rip it down. Ruined statue, local population less happy. For 10 years. Data disloyal. But not enough for civil war. Pannonia Prima. So, Carthage is allied to Egypt. Egypt is allied to Carthage and now Macedon. Macedon is allied to Egypt and Thrace. They're really trying to get a world war situation here. I think that if I bully Egypt a bit more, all I really want from them right now is the central and eastern delta. And if I can manage it, to march down the Nile for a few twists and turns. If we can get as far as Luxor, that'd be great. They don't have any actual forts up until Aswan. If we march as far down south as Luxor, we could turn towards Mios Hormos and then up to Sinai. Sinai's got forts here and here. Troglodytica. We have one fort. Ptolemais Epithera. They also possess. They're putting forts along the coast. They are smart. But the coasts aren't very important to me. This would be a nice extra. Mostly want here. And the bonus of down here. With bonus. If I could unite my coastline here. Egypt has 95 boats. Mostly if I take these bits, then I'll get my 500 Egyptian integrated population. Let's see, how much do I need to deify? 50 more. We got the popularity. Do I want Apollo Didymios to be my my chosen god of economy? Integrated culture happiness. We have Athena. Monthly political influence. That we could deify the ruler too. Then again, Dictean Zeus. That's 3.75 diplomatic relationship. Diplomatic relationship is cool to have, but not super important right now. Arethusa is over in our capital. That was giving us national population growth, manpower recovery speed if we do the Omen. I think I'm alright. $50,000. Chalcedonian Civil War. They had one going on too? Those jerks? So let's see. Thrace is only allied to Macedon and the Persian Revolt. Macedon is allied to Egypt. Thrace is the larger power. Thraetus? Who? You? They're so tiny! More revolts to clear out. More forts to undo. Where you at, forts? Fort delete. Fort delete. Because that's money I'm not willing to pay. Do you think there's anything special I get if I completely eliminate Rome? Because I don't mind them existing. It's kind of funny, because if they took the initiative to push further into Central Europe, there'd be an actual Roman Empire about where the Holy Roman Empire would be. And that tickles me. They're still a major power, because they have over 100 territory. Transalpine Gaul may might want to complete, just to get more Mediterranean. We do have a little bit there. Gymnasia. Alright. We got the cash. We got No risk of civil war. Replicated. I want my tyranny to go down. I don't want to be too high up, because that affects loyalty, provincial stuff too. Fewer and fewer disloyal provinces, but still too many. The race, we have no more Casus Belli, right? No, there's still Missia Inferioris. Where's Missia Inferioris? Missia Superioris, Missia Inferioris. So we have an excuse to go against Thrace. And then what? I don't really care about Thrace right now. Thrace as an excuse to dig into Macedon, but I don't care about the Macedonians either. But if I pinch off their coast here, they're allied, aren't they? Yeah, they are. So they do have military access with each other. But if I pinch them off here, then they can't really get... Oh, they can't get to Egypt if I pinch them off in Cilicia, and they answer a call to arms for Egypt in defense against us. They could still march out and do some trouble along the coasts, here or there. They got actual Macedonians in there now. A little Hellenic exclave among the Sibyllini. Wonder how their war exhaustion is, because they've been at it for a while. Ours is also pretty bad. What if, with our military might, demand tribute? Their opinion of me must be at least one... Oh no, that's their demand tribute. What about threaten war? No Casus Belli, no claims to threaten with. Carthage, what if he threatened war on you? Minus 1174. Capital is minus 1000. So otherwise, I would only need 100 something to overcome. Current strength, province value. Potential strength. So I don't think opinion matters here. If I raise my armies, would that affect the force calculation enough? Since we don't have a standing army right now, we're based entirely upon the mercenaries we have and the levies we can raise. I'm surprised I can't ask for anything from Sardinia. Is Emporia an option? Am I just asking for little pieces of territory and not the whole things? How about you, Thrace? Could I threaten war on you and get anything? Base and current strength. Current strength. They're calculating over the fact that I don't have much in the way of standing armies up, right? That's why they always make that mistake of trying to attack me. So far I got Chiefs of Macedonia, and all the little feudatories. if I go to war with Egypt and or Carthage, it's gonna be a huge drain of manpower, so I don't mind waiting for a little bit longer. Rome's on the move, or was. Probably just go against barbarians. Let's get closer to that winning land by the spear. From what I understand and what I've read, if I attack somebody else with the casus belli that provides, instead of going for a war score, we're basically just pummeling each other, and afterwards we keep whatever land we've occupied. But that only applies between the direct participants and not their allies. So if I do it against Egypt, occupy a whole bunch of stuff and kick them out, and Carthage is busy occupying in Cisalpine Gaul, I stand risk of losing things that Egypt takes away over in the Levantine coast, but not things that Carthage occupies up here. So it's an option. If I get closer to that. Imperial Challenge War Goal. But I think I'm ready to spit in Egypt's eye one more time. So let me just get ready for that. Who's starving? Peithid's mercenaries. Oh. If the Pannonians can quit being revolting, then I wouldn't have to keep sending them up there. Our ongoing attempts to woo the highly skilled statesmen, Prepalos Heracid, have encountered a hitch. Being a true man of the people, Prepalos has decided to invest in the creation of a beautiful monument to please the Hellenic people. To complete this mammoth task, he requires a large number of able-bodied souls. If we're to provide such assistance, he'd be in our debt. He is Admiral of the 5th Nauticon. I don't really care. Gets 30 political influence at the cost of 5,000 manpower. Maybe I care after all then. Assuage the people another way. 18 political influence in exchange for 200 money. How much do I need to deify again? 250? That'd be 246. Or 230 something? It gets me close either way, just given the money. 234 is so much better. Legate and arrival of the governor, head of the Deeded family, yada yada yada. Deededs now are scorned again. Deeded family. He's got alright charisma. Who do we have on the charisma thing? Heracid? I could instead make the Heracids the scorned family. Because Deeded are fellow Sikeliots. I thought Heracids wouldn't be too bad, because they were just a small amount of Letobetians. But they are foreign. They've only got 21 power because we give them that power. If we... Let's see, Admiral, nothing, Researcher, nothing. So we've only really given them some boats on the Mediterranean. I could strip them all of all their positions, and they wouldn't have anything. They would be the token foreign family that we elevate to great status and then end up disenfranchising anyway. We point to the Heracles, say, look at them. We are equal, we are democratic, we allow these Pannonian barbarians, these Litobetians, to be a great family in Syracuse, when these patricians don't have any status, any actual power. Deeded. Deridas deeded. And now the Scorn family is a header kid with 19.89 power base. Except not. Except not. Zenit family. Herakid has only 1 job out of 4. They have prestige. That's all they're bringing to the table. Alright, now let's grab 61,000 Magna Grecan soldiers. 27,000 Italia soldiers. We need Tuscany to start converting more and more. Let's build some more some more cities. No, we'll build in the cities. They're increasing a little bit at a time. 17. Once these guys finish being revolting, they're getting so many temples. Been sleeping on the temples because I don't exactly need to convert people in Hellenic lands. But 0.05 provincial loyalty, 0.05 provincial loyalty, multiple grand theaters, multiple great temples. Martial advances. And then once we get civic, we could get winning by land and spear. Oh, that's not enough boats! That's not enough boats! I'll move the 61,000 first then. I see. Together, they'd be close to 90. And I would need 180 to accommodate them all. Come to our attention, a pirate lair has sprung up in Paphos. Gain 10 popularity and citizen output if we do anti-piracy activity. Cool. Parthian hordes. Sensing a moment of weakness, the hordes of Uezi wastes have descended upon the Beat Balati lands as a pack of wolves would savage a lamb. The attack came without warning, with Basilius Marduk Atir being among the first casualties, having been touring the border regions when the attack came. Seemingly not content with this apocalyptic turn of events, the nobles of the Persian realm have turned on one another, squabbling to determine a legitimate successor. Will the Titan of the East fall to ruin? With the war goal conquer Sabyuka Megale. Yuze. Yuze is going to demonstrate my march to the east from here. It's a big empire, except they're kind of surrounded this way, so they could be... There's a potential for being swarmed on, but I don't know what kind of force Yuze is bringing to the table. March them down. They don't have any other forts here, do they? They built 2 forts. Governor of Rayata, deeded family. Deededs are gonna be upset now for not having someone in their tiny mountain holding. Not even, do they have any cities up in the mountains? 1, but I think that's in Rome. Yeah. Ideally a deeded. Any deeded here. We don't really care about anything else because Riot isn't exactly a strategic location here. Loyalty -5, -5, just straight up -5, okay. $242? We're gonna deify Dad pretty soon? Let's march these guys down to be easy to pick up. Who's mercenary here? Mercenaries. Sit behind actually. We'll bring these guys on up this way to be homeland defense if Carthage decides, ooh, if we're gonna be dragged into war, Sicily's unguarded. Liguria, Cisalpine Gaul is unguarded. So we'll pick them up later. Chios. Little tiny Chios won the Olympic Games. We have all these Greek polities in us, and no one wants to compete. These guys are Hellenic. Thrace is Hellenic. Macedonia is Hellenic. At some point, the only actual Hellenic power is gonna be, like, Thrace and Persia. And Egypt. Competing in the games once all the feudatories get absorbed. We could deify, but I'll need the discipline. Don't I need to have omens going after within a certain amount of time? Otherwise, the deified cult vanishes. Isn't that right? Let me check real quick. Religion. Deify themselves or any dead rulers, only monarchies and theocratic republics can deify. Deified ruler inherits the effects of an existent pantheon deity, which he must be based on, but give an additional apotheosis effect bonus each time their omen is invoked. Strength of apotheosis effect, affected by the attributes of the deified ruler, can include gold, manpower, prevents food, research speed, military experience, pops assimilation, conversion, or even province investments. The most important modifier is pop conversion speed, yada yada yada. If a deified ruler is not part of a country's pantheon for more than 20 years, they're called to be forgotten. Okay, so it's not about invoking the omen. It's about being part of the pantheon for more than 20 years. So it's not within the first 20 years. It's if I take him out of the pantheon and and don't spend this ability to bring them back in within 20 years, they'll be forgotten. Alright. Which means that I might as well go ahead and do the omen, get more experience, get my discipline up. 10.85 experience, cover dad and piss. That's how you truly know that he's been deified. He's been put in the jar. And there's my winning land by spear. Imperial challenge war goal against all powers, against all countries that are major powers or more. So, if I wanted to, we could declare Imperial challenge on the Persian Empire. Declaring war with good relations is minus stability. I would have to insult them first. War without casus belli, minus 20 stability. So this would tank me all the way down to 20 stability. But if we were to do it, all we would have to do, especially since they're busy with another war, is just start walking around. We start walking around, take stuff over, go down Mesopotamia, hit the Persian Gulf. I don't even want all of the Persian Empire, even though that would give us a whole bunch of cities. It'd also give us a whole lot of nothing that I can't really effectively manage right now. I already have so many angry provinces. I would need to build up legions solely to take over whichever province decides to pop up angry this time. Which is probably a good idea, come to think of it. But first, we'll set up for taking more of the coast here, getting our 500 Egyptian populations of the Bahaitic group, and then we'll get Greco-Levantine traditions. Our colossal construct and unexpected benefits in Rome. It is now pure euphoria to traverse the market district. Increase taxes. Increase popularity. Gain stability, lose tyranny. The no-brainer option. Now, while my 61,000 hordes are there, we'll need to occupy in Kos. And they're allied with Macedon now. They just had to ally with Macedon. Syria and Palestine aren't going to have all that many pops for me to use militaristically. Palestine, 4 pops. Syria. Ooh! 7 whole pops! So I'll need to depend on Greece, Thrace, to actually occupy Kos and keep it there. I don't mind too much if other things around get sieged up. Because taking this and keeping the war goal, keeping the war goal especially, is going to keep the war score ticking up. We'll finish setting up for this war once I take a little BRB. It'll be our last BRB for the night. I'm going to feed the cats, refresh myself one more time, and then Egypt we're going to spit in the eye of again, with our Carthaginians giving support, and the Macedons throwing in too now. Alright, the cats have been fed. Guinea's got his waters. And the wealthy powers of the Mediterranean are looking ripe for the picking. Egypt, Carthage, and Macedon. And as we learned from the previous war, even though I'll be declaring war on Kos, who is only a feudatory of Egypt with no other allies, Egypt, as the war leader, being the stronger, bigger suzerain, will be able to call in their allies. So Carthage, so Macedon. We've kicked their butts once before, we know we can do it again. We had the benefit last time that they were attacking down in Aksum. And so we had a bit of a head start with Egypt and even Carthage unable to do too much because they had to climb all the way back up Egypt, up the Red Sea coast before they could even face us. First, I gotta move all my guys into position. $6,000 from Asia. $26,000 from Greece. This counts as Thrace, so we don't need them. 20,000 for Macedon. Let's go ahead and march this group. Just march them on up for the inevitable Ligurian, Cisalpine back and forth that's going to happen there. Head up here first, actually. We didn't drop off our troops. I thought we did. So it's gonna be a little bit until we start this war proper. Let's split the fleet. $85 boats is enough to bring 40 troops around. Let's see about army maintenance, so max back up. Fleet maintenance. Let's also bring to max. Because we gotta wait for these guys to move around anyway. We'll just drop them off here, march them around. By the time he gets there, it'll be time for war. Leave for asylum. Heroidas Lagid comes to our court, seeking protection for the schemes and plots of Egypt. Man is a sibling of the Egyptian ruler. Would have been imminently in line to the throne. Basilisa Cleopatra II Lagid. Heroidas. He's near death. Depression comes for everybody. Blood of the Lagadai. Mount him on a cross, gain popularity. And Egypt loses 100 opinion of us. Foreign royalty, character prominence. Sure, it gives us more legitimacy. Researcher, Dinocratide. Civic advances. Any more Dinocratides here? Or should just go by merit? Dinocratide is too far down. 3 finesse. No. Let's see, get in here. $20,000 to help out. What if I swap these guys around? Have the 20,000er sit here, and the 26,000 could help out in Egypt. Zenos, the Egyptian Agathoclid, worried of losing favor with the local population, decided to give in to its demands. After year of preparation, he is finally ready to attack. His advisors cannot agree whether it would be best to attack them by land or sea. Morale of armies for 60 months. And Pirate Haven removed. Navy needs the experience? Nah. Give me that extra morale. That sweet extra morale. Land battles win wars after all. You know what? Let's drop these guys off first. Swap them over. The Diades Dinocratide had a lavish party in a summer palace, contempt, etc., etc. Demand his resignation, people rejoice. Local population happy. How's this corruption of 80? No wonder they're dropping so much provincial loyalty there. Corruption is a major increase of province disloyalty. Demand his resignation. This other Dinocratide has no corruption, so replace one with the other. 80. 80. No risk of civil war. Heterkid, Rekiperid, Rekiperid. Etiquette troops mobilize. Utterly fed up in a situation, began mobilizing local forces in the metropolis of Syracuse. have spent their wealth on raising veterans to the cause. But he's got no power though, so it doesn't matter. He's raising people to his cause, but he still has no power, so he can't do anything. $6,000 stack, drop him off. 26,000 will help out. And then swap these guys over. No, these guys seemed unwilling to move. There. Cancer for the Megaspicelius. But he's 71 years old, so I'm not too worried. His time was coming up anyway. Who's his current heir? 12 years old. Epileptic, but he's devout, more omen power. Kid after him, 6 years old. 3254, 1123, and then old guys. Deeded, governor of Italia, is actually within the running as a pretender. Oh, 266, hold on. We could deify somebody now. Deify a ruler? Agathocles Agathoclid, our founder. With 10 martial. Agathocles Agathoclid was murdered. Charicles. Deify Dad, 6153. His stats aren't that great. Deify Philoxenos the Egyptian, make him a living god with even worse stats. What stats contribute to what, I wonder? The wiki tells me that different attributes can put different stuff in, but doesn't say what the correlation is. Imperator deification stats. Which ruler attributes have an impact when deifying them? The one associated with the respective deity. Martial, finesse, oratory, zeal, if you read the omen left to right. A series of tables on the wiki that shows omen bonuses, how they change based on ruler stats. This is a lot to read through. So, Athena if it's war, economy, culture, fertility, then how'd that correlate to which stat then, I wonder? Because Philoxenos' stats are just garbage all around. Charicles wasn't too great either. Apotheosis effect Athena. 2.5 civic advances progress multiplied by the deity's finesse with a minimum and maximum. So that's mostly for civic. So I should look as to at which god I want to apotheosis with then. So what about pops to nobles, freeman pops, random navy gains 2 units of auxiliaries if navy exists. Gain food in every province, multiplied by charisma of Demeter. Alexander the Great is a deified character. Apotheosis effect is named from the start. Can be worshipped by Hellenic and Kemetic nations that control his holy site or his mausoleum. Etruscan deities, Cretan deities. Syracusian deities. What if we go back to our Syracusian gods? Athena, Nikephoros, we already swapped around. Would have given manpower. Arethusa, local population growth added. Apollo Didymaios. If the deity has more than 8 finesse gain, free province investment, otherwise the culture with the most pops gets culture happiness and culture slaves output. Artemis Althea, slave appears at deity capital. So, they're nice, but it doesn't seem like I should stress min-maxing too much. Deity of culture. Let's put Agathocles Agathoclid, the one who spawned the renaissance of this culture. Wrong button, Guinea. Cost 250. Political influence. Monthly political influence, 12.5, that remains. Elevate Agathocles to godhood. Does it say what other bonuses anyone else would bring? I keep clicking on the portrait, which is the wrong thing to do. Dad doesn't change anything. At least not that it says there. Elevate myself doesn't change anything. Okay, we'll DFI our founder. It looks like the monthly political influence gain dropped for that one. Oops, not new tab. %, political influence. 10%. Okay, so it didn't really drop. It's just his stats were nowhere good. So he ended up not really adding anything anyway. We'll give him a holy site. Where's some other cities here? Thaumatropolis. Population is 80. We don't have to put it in a metropolis, though. It just opens up another slot if it is one. Rome already has Shrine of Jupiter. Where should we put this shrine to our founder? Arkagas already has Heracles. We could put the shrine in Carthage when we take it, but they already got a shrine, don't they? Temple of Tanit. There's no shrine of Byzantion. Knossos has a shrine already. We'll sort Pop's shrine out later. We gotta get these guys down to the battle. These guys down to the future battle. Did Egypt just put on weight? I don't think they did. Alright, this is enough to start. They have a fort over there, and they have cities I want to send my guys to. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the rest are going to reinforce. Okay. Alright. I think we're ready for this then. Gonna be another one of those beautiful three-front wars. Confident save. Kos. Little baby Kos we keep going to war against. Takes Sporades. Calls Egypt into war automatically. And then since Egypt is a war leader, Egypt gets to call their allies in, the jerks. Now let's send. These guys go to the forts. And then split these up and send them to the cities. City. City. Run, cowards. Flee the might of our armies. They're trying to do the same to us, but no, we're gonna get them. Sacking of size, none shall hide. Looting is gonna be gentle. We already pick up some slaves by doing this, by sieging the cities directly. I want those populations to survive and be my population, so gentle looting. Gentle, easy, smooth looting. Their armies want to engage, but they can't yet. What's happened here? Occupied by who? By Egypt. That was quick. They just popped in, popped right back out. That's part of... It's protected by the fort too, so no, hold off on that for the time being. Just send them down here. I keep forgetting they gotta go to port first. They gotta make landfall. Then I could tell them where to go. Their boats can go up and down the Nile. Can mine? We can. We actually can go down the Nile. At least a little bit. We could just go through the delta. Oh, Red Sea access. So wait. If they can go up it... Oh, they can go through there. But also, it looks like owning that area doesn't prevent them from going through. Take out their boats. 170 against 94. How many armies do they have there? 13,000? I'm not going to split my guys up yet. I'm going to allow this to happen. Home front defense is looking good so far. We'll make their boats our boats. And trade routes have been cancelled from Egypt. So what am I lacking? Base metals, wine, silk steel. A trade route with Carthage. They're not in the war yet. It looks like they're busy with their own war, with this big guy over here. Oh. They're trying to get another big one. They're trying to become the dominant Western Mediterranean power ahead of me. Getting too warm between the afternoon sun. The stress of fighting several major powers. And also the computer being so hot running this game. No risk of civil war. I don't see their boats. Their boats have gone missing. "94 boats. Get them! Get them! They're trying to go into the Nile. Siege of Kos won. Of Kos it did. So, they have a lot of armies here. We'll march westward then. Eastward, I mean. I know my east and west. We'll orient eastwards. Take out their armies along the way, unsiege this, and then come back. Eager consort, of course she'll join. And while we're here, we'll put some bait. Because they still have no forts. They still have no forts, so we'll give them something easy to try to unsiege. These populations don't care too much about. Gotta go all the way down. I don't want to go too far away, because who's to say how many armies they have? Will take a few things for them to want to release for my occupations. And if it's free, how could I say no to free? We have 18,000 troops coming over. 18,000 is gonna have a hard time with a level... Is it 3 or 2 that I have here? Level 2 fort's still pretty beefy. Fort maintenance, garrison size, fort defense. It's just 3 less each month. We'll go as far as here, then come back up. A little baby king now. Charles II. 3254, but he's only 13 years old. I hope his stats get better by adulthood. Stability has increased at a new ruler in monarchy. Philoxenos the Egyptian, Agathoclid. He was 72 years old. He had cancer. And arthritis. And wounds. But what did him in finally was eating a particularly rotten herring. But now they're at 20 war score. They don't mind if we take this, right? Still no. Capital is -5. Where have they moved their capital to now? We've taken their most illustrious spots. Home defense check. I don't see any red. No red is good. I spy with my little eye another disloyal governor. Italia. It's always Italia. Italia's always the one who starts marching around to their own drum. Standard chance of success, 55%. Bribe him for 15 loyalty. I don't think that'll be enough. Eubulos deeded. A pretender, which is probably why he is... Power base in country, pretender -10, power base of supporters. Let's bring him to trial. The standard chance of success is already pretty big because of his 49 corruption. The atmosphere is dark in court. As Eubulos deeded, the accused is brought head hanging before Megas Basilius. Eubulos, known as the foremost military mind of our nation, has finally gone one step too far. Keen to expedite the trial, the examiner formally addresses Megas Basilius Charticles, asking what crime Eubulos stands accused of. Treason! Lose 10 stability. I could afford the 10 stability drop. As matters progress in the trial of Eubulos deeded, an unexpected figure... Oh, fucking Ichius. We got the money. We just won't lose anything else here. Emerges, of course, the trial that Eubulus needed as a particularly nervous man. Faced with endless accusations, censure, and the rising choler of an angry court, he begins to crack. With tears streaming from his eyes, Eubulus throws himself at the feet of Megas Basilius Charicles, admitting his guilt and begging for forgiveness. A small fine. Trial ends, he retains his office. Nothing happens, or we get cruel, 20% chance. We gotta increase the trial, or advance the trial. We did not gain cruel. The court falls deathly silent as a magistrate clears his throat, falters, and pipes up in a reedy voice. Eubulus deeded guilty. We could tutor him. Gain cruelty. Less charisma. Enslavement efficiency up. Slave output. Should we become a cruel boy king? I think we do need as much charisma as we can get. Let them roam freely. Menidas is taken to his job as general. He knows best. He gains 1 marshal. Time to intervene, lose loyalty. Now he's fine. Martial education. Study in oratory and commerce. Chance of receiving a negative ambition increased if your tutor's corrupt. See, bureaucracy for my finesse, right? Matters of the divine. So he's selfish, greedy, crafty, original thinker, and pious. Corrupt, ambitious, cruel. Harsh, vengeful, suspicious. Greedy, crafty. Greedy, crafty. So I do not want him to teach bureaucracy. Focus on religious studies. If we have him focus on religious studies, he's already at 4. If I get him to 10 zeal, we could make this a more divine court. Could I tutor the other children of the court? Maybe I should have been tutoring the kids. Italia, let's get somebody loyal for once. They always get too much power here. And the corruption goes to their heads. Zenid, 6 and 6. 30 corruption, get out of here. 6 and 4, 10 corruption. Psh. Heterkid, Andromachid. 5 and 5. Great loyalty, no corruption, submissive, so less commerce, self-controlled, less population growth. So be it. There's 5 and 7. Merely incapable. Pfft. The people I have to work with here. We'll make it a submissive and self-controlled governor. Oh, there's 26 coming in. See, they would take the bait. Knew they would. Let's give him more bait to play with. Granary's raided, just pay it off. My manpower is at 106,000. Phenomenal. They're skipping those and going straight for me. Interesting. They're bypassing and they're just going more and more and up. Hey, Alexander, yeah, I thought that I thought that those armies are going to try to unsiege these provinces here. And instead they're just walking on up the Nile. So I don't know where they're going for. Low war enthusiasm. They're on the retreat. The country is played by a human. So unpredictable. But hope you're doing well, Alexander. Alexander, be pleased to know that we have recovered your tomb. The sanctuary that is your burial place is now safely in our hands. You may rest easy now. $51,000 is pretty massive for one siege, but they did have the foresight of putting only level 2 forts. But that still takes a bit. Where are they going? Are they going for Memphis? They are. Okay. We'll send one small stack over to get the capital of the Eastern Delta, while the rest... Level 1 fortification. The rest will march east. Little Boy King is counted as a general. We'll march east, take these provinces here, hopefully. And where are they going down? They're going down this way? They're going to Sinai? Then we'll try to catch them. More invention. Full party wipe. They're not gonna survive much more of this at this rate. And Carthage isn't even joining them on their war. For that matter, is Macedon? They're not, despite being allied to Egypt. They have opted not to join in. We're down to only +6 diplomatic reputation. Aww. So for right now, if I were to end the war and sue for peace, what could I claim? Naturally, we have to get the Central Delta and the Eastern Delta. They'll let us take it. What about further down the Nile? No. That's a step too far right now. But they have no forts. They have no forts, so I don't mind so much if we don't get it this war. But I do want to take more of the coast here. So we'll siege this up. They thought they can go up the Nile. They didn't count on my boats being here. Chase them! Chase them out! Their boats are gonna become our boats. Oh, they ran away. That's okay. We don't care about the inland stuff. But I don't want to go so far forward from the group. I want to stay together. That's a smart play. Chance of civil war with Ikias Recuperid. Nika Golded is unloyal. Dinocratide. We gotta get rid of this guy too. This guy isn't even one of our great family. Heterkid doesn't matter because their family has nothing, they just got decimals. Dinocratide, Governor Macedonia. Why do you hate us so much? He's in perfect health. Doom and anathema. See, I fully agree. The trouble is, I gotta be more... I gotta be conscientious about who I choose to go against. I've been pretty lucky about arresting corrupt people, but it causes more tyranny each time. And the more tyranny I get, the more disloyal people are. People get disloyal when I bring corrupt people to trial. I don't get it either. "10 months for civil war, though. That is right on the horizon. How's Homefront looking? Homefront is looking good. I gotta get rid of this guy. He's 73 years old, he's of very poor health. That just means he'll live for 10 more years. It's only 5 tyranny if I try to bring him to trial. I gotta do it. Escaping prison. 14% chance success. Hey, Toxicite. You may or may not have fallen asleep while watching. Aww. Questionable moral leadership choices, ASMR. I have an excuse this time. We are the boy king, Charicles II now. We haven't even grown our first tunic. So if he makes some bad choices, we could claim that it's the puberty. What the heck? Recuperid is a pretender. He's actually earned pretender status. Joffrey Arch. See, if I knew anything about Game of Thrones, that'd be funny to me. Cognatic. Allow female children of a monarch to succeed to the throne if there's no valid male heirs. Huh. Seniority, elective, familial marriage. 0 narrow arch. The narrow arch. We're not fully crazed yet. There is simply a foreign dynasty that is trying to pretend that they're a great family. How the mechanic is supposed to work is these families build up power bases and have to keep them happy, otherwise they risk civil war. Mechanic works as intended if I keep these people happy and struggle with it. This guy's outside the system. He's got a great family that comes from Chalcedon or something. Lepontic. Gallic culture. It's not Chalcedon. The Agus, or whatever their names were Chalcedonians. So we got some outside family for the Lepontic peoples, who are never supposed to be in here. They probably stuck to us like some kind of herpesore after taking land away from Rome in Cisalpine Gaul. This was all Rome area before. One where I was talking about that he will more than likely die. I might have said something to that effect a long time ago for one of these guys. Either him or the other dynasty that I keep exiling to Carthage. But they keep refusing to. And it's 10 months until he fabricates a civil war. I think the best thing to do... revoke his holdings. How'd he build up so many holdings? Is that why he's got a power base? This is some Gallic family that used to be a great power when Rome was in charge. Then we came in and kicked Rome out. Are they only staying as a great power by virtue of having holdings? The only thing I lose by taking his holdings away is his loyalty. So the risk here is supposed to be that if this was a powerful family, this would give them more reason to revolt against me. But he's not a powerful family, he's foreign. And they just let me do it. They just let me take all these holdings away. Does anybody else have holdings to worry about? Is there a map mode for holdings? There's so many map modes, so I could understand them not putting all of them in here, there's no space. But I can't understand that they give you like 5 to start with, and you gotta put all the rest in there. There's lots of holdings up and down the coast here. Whose holdings are these? Could I see? It doesn't tell me, it just tells me that they're there. Maybe I have to look through these families and find out who's got what. Yeah, it's basically lobbyists. This guy's got an actual family. This guy is a great family, so it makes sense that these people, the Heraclids, have power to revolt against us because they're supposed to. They've also picked up a whole lot of holdings. But I've given them no power base. They got no government jobs. They got no governances. So if I strip these guys of all the holdings they have, that's okay. They're already at 0 loyalty. These people keep accumulating more wealth and using that wealth to build up their little patrician power bases. If I take all their lands away, we still have the loyalty of the families they're actually supporting. So nobody cares that I take all the power away from the other families. So the only thing I really need to worry about then... Nikagorid, Governor Macedonia. He's got 23 corruption. I could give him free hands, that'll give him 20 loyalty. So he'll be at 26. Bribe him for 15 loyalty. Governor Macedonia, we could at least make a little bit more loyal for now. You found another game with an It Can't Be Helped translation, MP. Do you mean like an alternative to It Can't Be Helped? This guy's already corrupt. That'll make it easier to arrest him. No alternatives. Ah, you can't be too excited for that. That's kind of why It Can't Be Helped as a joke, right? Because so many translations default to it. There. Character bribed. 41 loyalty. He's no longer... no risk of civil war. Which means it should be safe to get rid of Ikias once I finish up with this war here. The no-no translation. Again, I don't mind It Can't Be Helped. We have it in English too. If people are upset that it shows up all the time, that's because it shows up all the time in English also. One could think of it as a sign of the times. Like how these days everyone goes, it is what it is. Yeah, exactly, MP. You've heard people say it many, many times. Macedonia. Macedonia, do I have anyone who is not deeply corrupt? Sort by... 0 corruption. Agids. Agids are the Kalchedan foreign family that shouldn't exist. They're stuck in me, but I've sent their house head to trial and exiled him to Carthage. Achilles, good loyalty, no corruption, incapable. I'll take the incapable guy. At this point, I'll take incapable. He can't do a good job, but he can't do a bad job. You could say it is what it is, or shit happens, but there's no need for alternatives. I do concede that if somebody wants to put more flavor to a character, that's the whole point of localization, right? So maybe somebody is of a different personality or a different subculture, and so they might say something different. I don't mind it so much. I just think it's silly that every time somebody sees... what was it? It Can't Be Helped. They're like, ah! They use the forbidden words! If anything, that's sillier. But how's Imperator going? Imperator is going very well, MP. Our little Syracuse has become the Eastern Mediterranean powerhouse. We're actually going toe-to-toe with Egypt. I want to take Carthage. But I also want to go against the Persian Empire in an imperial conquest, an imperial challenge. Who are they fighting now? Persian revolt still. It's going well enough that I got grand ambitions. If not Rome, why Roman-shaped? Toxicite. Rome's over here. Rome is the Central European landlocked power. As is historical. They're still Hellenic, so they're still Roman. They have a Holy Roman Empire right there in Central Europe. Cursed. Nah! It's just a few centuries early. What was I doing? There's a civil war. There's no civil war risk now. Inventions I'll worry about later. Those guys are running. Influence the Agathoclid family. We don't have enough Agathoclids. So who should we bring in? Somebody with good martial? Somebody mediocre. But he's loving, plain speaking, and merciful. Energetic, intelligent, rash, and a tactician. Biodaros, we're adopting you into the family. Keep your old name, but if we can, we'll marry you into another Agathoclid, so your kids will be, by blood, one of ours. More Olympic Games that we can't participate in. Siege of Gaza is one. There's another fort over there. But that's of a province I don't care about. We don't have to go to that one. So let's go unsieging everything else we have here. We'll unsiege stuff, and hopefully that'll give us enough positive war score to take more of their lands here. We don't need that one. Turn around, turn around. And where's the capital for this province? All the way up over there. In Raytheon. They're trying to go for Memphis again, but they're not going to get it. They will unsiege that. They're finally sending somebody down that direction. 50. Let's see if I can get all the things here now. They will let me take a bit further down the Nile. But they'll say no there. So what if I don't take down the Nile? What if I take Central Delta, East Delta, here and here? No. What if I only want the coast and not the back bit? Still no. That's okay, we'll get them. We're gonna get everything we want here. We'll send this group back down, conquer there, get a bit more. We're still gonna get what we need here. And then we'll join these armies together and kick them out of the Eastern Mediterranean. No risk of civil war. Oh, I got the wrong port there. Olympic Games won by Thrace, which is a bit unfair because I can't participate in them. They can't move forward because there's forts in the way. They gotta get to the fort first. But it's still at 52 war score. $51. 52 again. Persian Civil War ended. That'll make it easier for me when my time comes. Trying to run away from me, the cowards. $54. Peace imminent, we have 1,200 days to get what we want. I don't need to go all the way down. I just want the populations here and more of the coastline. Let's see what 55 will get me. No, they're saying no still. 99 versus 99. So I can get it, they just don't know it yet. Get some more combat war score in. Come on, hurry it up already. You guys are already dead. Die respectfully. 61. 61 war score. How now? They'll give me everything I want, except for that. 99 versus 114. I could accept it. I could accept not having all of this. They're still saying no. Still saying no. Still saying... Oh, they'll say yes. Alright, that is good enough for me. We get the entire Mediterranean coast in the east. We get the entire delta. And we still haven't claimed Kos yet, who is still a feudatory of Egypt. So if I want to go against Egypt again, instead of having to fabricate claim on them, I keep bullying their feudatory. Carthage was nice, and didn't attack up to us. Macedon was nice, and cowered away. Central Delta to Hellenic League, Eastern Delta Hellenic, Philistia, Iope, Apollonia Palestinas, Stratonos Frigos, Pyrgos, and Astophon, all to us now. And we still have a butt-ton of manpower. And now that we've absorbed more of these Bohaic Egyptian populations, we could finally embrace Greco-Levantine influence. Bohairic is an integrated culture with at least 500 pops in the country and belongs to Egyptian culture group. Give it! We now have access to Levantine kingdom traditions and Levantine maritime traditions. So what will they give me? I think the kingdom was mostly like desert and camel stuff, right? Desert combat, hostile attrition, mercenary army maintenance is already super cheap. Global city building slots +1. Holy site cost. National manpower civilization level. +5 loyalty of governors. Population assimilation speed. More of that is never bad. Stone movers for defense. Train camels for camels. Desert. Opens North African tradition groups. If we have Punic culture, we do want to get Punic culture eventually. And we'll get plenty if we absorb Carthage. Afro-Punic influences for North African traditions. Heavy cavalry cost, camel morale, camel defense, camel offense, so not too much that I care for. Levantine maritime. Province import, shipbuilding, ship damage taken, ship damage done, open sea combat, that's all cool stuff. Coastal and riverine combat bonus. Unlocks Greek tradition groups. I could make my Greeks more Greek. Discipline, it's only +2. But discipline is always good. Light infantry, light infantry, light infantry. Heavy infantry cost, heavy infantry offense, heavy infantry discipline. Heavy infantry is a backbone of the army. You bet your buns we're going to learn from the best. Get Greek warfare. Greek warfare! We're learning Greek warfare from the Levantines, despite already being very capable Greeks. So, we've spat in Macedon's and Egypt's eyes today. The Levantine coast here is ours. Macedon has all their ports taken away, so they're cowering inside inland Anatolia. Carthage, I think, will be manageable when we get to them. Plus. Wait a minute, hold on. They have no ally with Egypt anymore. They're not allied anymore. Because Carthage didn't answer Egypt's call to arms, much like with Rome and us. The alliance broke. So I could go against Carthage as much as I want, without having to worry about Egyptian interference. We could go westwards, because we do have Casus Belli on Carthage. We have it on their capital. So, we've taken their capital before, when Egypt attacked us. Mostly because Carthage is a bigger threat, right on my homeland shores. We took their capital, and areas around it. They kept throwing thousands upon thousands of soldiers at us, and we killed them all. But we couldn't get the war score to steal it from them. We were just barely able to keep Egypt from taking Galilee from us. But that proves that toe-to-toe, we can go against Carthage and dominate. We plant a whole bunch of troops right there on Carthage, carpet siege everything. They panic and send a bunch of guys to us. It's closer shores, so our boats could take out their boats more easily. Best case scenario, we take a huge chunk of future Tunisia. Worst case scenario, we simply acquiesce and take their capital heartland away. That's a win-win in my book, and it's doable now that they're completely alone. All they have is their feudatory. They're going to win the war against Contestani, which is fine, because that's a heretical foreign population that they cannot easily absorb into them. That conquest is doing nothing to defend themselves against me. And since Egypt has lost so much of this, they still have the Nile. They got populations on the Nile. They got populations in Aksum, but in Aksum, it's still indigenous pagan Arabic faiths and foreign populations, so those populations aren't helping them out. And down the Nile, they have some Hellenic, but it's mostly Kemetic still. So Egypt, I think, is down for the count. Unless they can get a lot of cultural integrations and religious conversions done in short order. They have Cyrenaica, that's still Hellenic, and the Cyrenaians are a Hellenic group people, Hellenic culture group people. But most of Egypt's breadbasket and manpower is gone. It is donezo. We got their cities, the most important ones they got. What I want to start with next time is Persian Empire. I am big greedy right now. And I am damn certain that if we do Imperial challenge against them, and we have all of our armies here and ready. Macedon, are you willing to give us military access? No. Not yet. We could improve their opinion by 108 over time. If we have military access, we could come over from here and here. Otherwise, you have to pour forth from here. Because Persia has no boats on us. They have no boats on us, so all their armies have to come straight down the empire. All their levies from the governorship, all the legions that they have. We could bottleneck them as we just pick up all the things we want to take. And so we could siege our way down the Tigris and Euphrates, get to the Persian Gulf, and then call it good before they get to us, and when they get to us, we just punch them away, bit by bit by bit. So I think a big Persian Empire campaign is doable. Most of their armies should be occupied up here anyway, from their other expansions, from the other civil wars they've had. So it's going to take them a while to respond to us. I think I can do it. So, the question's going to be whether I drop my troops for a bit, get more military experience cashed in, and get more of those traditions we just unlocked, and then go against Carthage. Or do we look east and go against the Persian Empire? With less than 200 years to go, I don't have any ambition of rebuilding Alexander's empire. I would have to go against all the Persian Empire, Armenia, Thrace, and a bit more of Egypt. If I was better at the game, maybe I'd have a better economy, better research pool going through, better legions, and I would have been at this point of size like 200 years ago maybe, if I was better at the game. But I'm not, so Iberia to Persia is going to be good enough for my goals. And I'm already really happy with this. So whether I go east first or west first, we're still doing great. We're still doing fantastic. And I bet being less than 200 years to go is great news to some folks who want me to put the crayons away, quit coloring in the map, and play something more exciting. So, 3 weeks? 3 weeks left to get through 200 years? We'll see. But we got some good conquests, so we have some decent plans ahead of us. So, we'll bring this to a close eventually. We'll give it one solid campaign. Who do we have online? Too early for McCall. Stream is normal, but it's going to be a little bit later for him. Jinx is on, doing Palward still. Dr. CDCS is on. Playing Minecraft. Cool. Nobody else is playing Imperator Rome right now. Tragic. So I guess I'll toss you guys on over to Jinx Gemini then. Funny gal, stick around for the raid, go have fun with her. For now, folks, thank you for joining me on these conquests. It's loads of fun. I'm really enjoying actually learning the game after putting it down and neglecting it for so many years. We'll have more fun the next time, so look forward to it. You guys take care of yourselves, and see you next time.
月のシャワーを優しく浴びるとさよならの痛みも消えてゆくよ。ああ思い切り今日生きたやつにはもっと大きな明日がきっと来るのさ。Tomorrow 走ろう新しく Tomorrow 輝こう強く